Chapter 891. Thunderous rumbles resounded in all directions. There were a total of 24 complete killing arrays around Lung Xing Luo's body. Strands of killing runes interweaved like destructive heavenly tribulation lightning. The killing aura was extremely shocking, causing everyone's expression to change. He can really kill ordinary enlightened realm experts. It's terrifying. Many people were shocked. With so many killing arrays intertwined together, Lung Xing Luo was in an invincible position. Lung Xing Luo looked at Lin Tian. "I'll give you one last chance. Give me the eternity, and I'll consider letting you go." Around him, strands of killing light shone, making him look like a god of death. "You can kill me?" Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Although he felt the terror of the dozens of killing arrays outside Lung Xing Luo's body, his expression did not change at all. He was calm and composed. "You're digging your own grave." Lung Xing Luo's face darkened. He immediately moved, pushing the dozens of killing arrays towards Lin Tian. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, even if you kneel and beg for mercy, it's useless." As his words fell, the dozens of killing arrays outside his body boiled together. Dense killing light rushed up, cutting the sky and shattering the earth. Crack! 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 The surrounding void was constantly shattered, and the earth was constantly collapsing. The terrifying power made some experts at the peak of the ninth heaven of the Great Path tremble in fear. They could not help but shudder. Oh no! If that ruthless person was at his peak, he might be able to barely handle it. But now, his divine power seems to be less than 20%. His combat power has been greatly reduced. It's impossible to block it. Many cultivators' faces changed. In the distance, Baiziki's group and Wuxing Crocodile were also moved. At this moment, they all moved towards the battlefield. "I'll crush your body and refine your soul. I'll take the eternity myself." Lung Xing Luo's voice was cold and arrogant. The void rumbled. The dozens of killing arrays outside his body became even more terrifying. The dense killing light tore through everything. Seeing Lung Xing Luo coming towards him, Lin Tian's expression did not change. His eyes were still cold. "I'll kill you," he said coldly. As his words fell, 49 bone flags suddenly floated out of his body with a whoosh. Each bone flag was engraved with dense and complicated patterns. Boom! In the blink of an eye, monstrous chi appeared. Like rolling gray clouds, it covered the sky and enveloped everything. This aura, is it also a killing array? Looking at this scene, everyone's expressions changed again. Baiziki's trio, as well as Wuxing Crocodile, who were heading towards the center of the battlefield, stopped in their tracks. Their eyes shone brightly. "It's the 49 bone flags found in the underground tomb." Wuxing Crocodile bared his teeth. "I forgot that this brat still has such a great killing weapon. It's enough to seal anyone under the third heaven of Wuzhen to death." "That Luo is doomed." Bai Qiu agreed. Boom! In the sky, the 49 bone flags fluttered out. Supported by Lin Tian's will, they surrounded Lung Xing Luo in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, densely packed demonic chi patterns appeared. Even the faint roar of ferocious beasts could be heard. The entire space rumbled. Tiny black holes intertwined with each other. The destructive aura was vast and mighty. Such a terrifying killing intent caused the surrounding cultivators' expressions to change again. Even someone as strong as Lan Jing could not help but be moved. Lung Xing Luo was trapped by the 49 bone flags, and his expression changed drastically. "You!" The 49 bone flags surrounded him, and the demonic runes filled the sky, causing him to feel the threat of death. The dozens of killing arrays around him began to tremble, and the densely packed array runes shook violently, as if they would be crushed in the next moment. "Kill!" A cold word came out from Lin Tian's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the 49 bone flags trembled. The demonic chi patterns on the flags seemed to come alive, rolling up the sky full of demonic clouds. In the blink of an eye, the aura of extermination was vast and mighty. As the 49 bone flags trembled, more and more tiny black holes appeared, swallowing everything in the surroundings. The scene was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the dense spiritual energy in this world condensed and turned into ancient, ferocious beasts. They roared and rushed towards Lungxing Luo. Swish! With a crisp sound, a large number of formation patterns outside Lungxing Luo's body were annihilated. Damn it! Kill for me! Lungxing Luo was shocked and angry. He no longer had the calm and cold arrogance he had when he first appeared. With a rumble, the killing arrays around him all shone brightly. They intertwined with an even more tyrannical killing light, destroying everything in its path. This kind of might was very strong and could definitely kill ordinary experts in the initial stage of Wuzhen. However, at this time, compared to the vast and mighty might of the 49 bone flags, it was quite a bit lacking. It was simply unable to fight against the dense demon Mark Brands. Boom! The 49 bone flags trembled and more demonic chi rushed out. The billowing demonic chi was like a flood that was about to annihilate everything. Lungxing Luo's face was extremely ugly. He roared, and the remaining killing arrays outside his body emitted even more dazzling light. At the same time, he supported a powerful secret technique to attack the 49 bone flags outside his body. However, the 49 bone flags were incomparably terrifying. It was as if they were suppressing the world. With a light shake, they obliterated all the secret techniques that Lungxing Luo had supported. Moreover, they also destroyed another killing array outside his body. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He raised his hand and waved. The 49 bone flags shook again, and the dense demonic chi roared together. With a bang, Lungxing Luo was sent flying a few feet away. He coughed up blood, and 3 more killing arrays outside his body were destroyed. Open for me! Lungxing Luo roared and supported a divine weapon. He used the divine weapon to support the killing arrays outside his body, causing them to become stronger. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and emotionless. He used his mind to control the 49 bone flags, causing them to erupt with a stronger demonic aura. Swish! 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 Immediately, the killing arrays outside Lungxing Luo's body were shattered again. Even the divine weapon that he had summoned was destroyed. So scary! Even the divine weapon is destroyed. This ruthless person, he actually controls such a great killing array. This is really all around. Many cultivators were shocked. The sky rumbled and trembled. The 49 bone flags fluttered in the wind, absorbing spiritual chi from all directions. They evolved into ferocious beasts that roared and charged towards Lungxing Luo. Suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard. Another part of the killing arrays outside Lungxing Luo's body was shattered. His body trembled violently under the pressure of the peerless demonic aura and exploded in the next moment. Damn it! Lungxing Luo roared. His flesh wriggled and quickly reformed. His face became even uglier and paler with fear. He roared and carved out strange runes, causing the killing arrays outside his body to boil and attack the 49 bone flags outside his body. At this time, he was trapped in the middle of the 49 bone flags. The demonic aura caused his heart to turn cold. The threat of death was getting stronger and stronger. If he couldn't break out soon, he would definitely die under the 49 bone flags. Boom! Outside his body, the killing arrays lit up and the killing aura became stronger. The killing aura was like a divine light pillar that pierced through the clouds, causing the 49 bone flags to tremble incessantly. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He stood quietly on the side and watched Lungxing Luo attack the 49 bone flags. Boom! With another rumble, the 49 bone flags became even more terrifying. They penetrated the killing arrays outside Lung Xing Luo's body and destroyed him once again. At the same time, the demonic beasts formed by the runes on the bone flags roared and pounced on Lung Xing Luo's soul. Lung Xing Luo's flesh trembled violently as he quickly reformed his body. With a roar, he burned his life essence and used his blood essence to fuel the killing formation around him. He barely managed to destroy the beasts that were charging at him. "Break for me!" he roared. At this moment, as he burned his life source and used his blood essence to activate the remaining killing arrays outside his body, the killing arrays became even more terrifying. It was as if they wanted to destroy everything. However, the 49 bone flags came from the hands of a super demonic beast saint. Although most of them were broken and their killing aura was not as strong as before, they were still extremely terrifying. Under Lin Tian's will, they destroyed all of Lung Xing Luo's resistance and crushed him once again. So terrifying. The surrounding cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. Boom, boom, boom. The 49 bone flags trembled, and the demonic runes filled the sky. They began to emit even more dazzling killing aura. With a puff sound, Lung Xing Luo's newly reformed body was shattered again. At the same time, the remaining killing arrays outside his body collapsed and were shattered by the demonic aura emitted by the 49 bone flags. Lung Xing Luo quickly reformed his body. His eyes were filled with fear, and his body was trembling. He was one of the candidates of this generation's Son of God in the 9th heaven. Naturally, he knew some of the secrets of the temple. He knew that Lin Tian controlled the legendary eternal killing array, and that the temple was looking for it. Therefore, he came from the 9th heaven and waited for Lin Tian in the 5th heaven. He knew that Lin Tian would definitely come to the 5th heaven for experiential learning. He was very clear that as long as he could obtain the eternal killing array from Lin Tian, it would be a great contribution to the Desolation Shrine. It would allow him to directly rise from a deity child candidate to a deity child of the Desolation Shrine. In fact, he already knew that Lin Tian had come to this heaven a long time ago. Because he had heard many things about Lin Tian, he had been secretly looking for Lin Tian. Unfortunately, he didn't see Lin Tian until he stepped into this world. He knew that Lin Tian had become very powerful now, so he found Lin Tian in this world. When he saw the battle between Lin Tian and Enlanjing, he didn't rush forward. Instead, he silently engraved killing arrays outside the battlefield, patiently waiting until Lin Tian and Enlanjing were seriously injured. Only then did he make a move, pushing dozens of killing arrays to suppress Lin Tian. Originally, he had full confidence that he could kill Lin Tian in this situation and seize the complete eternal killing array from Lin Tian. Even if an early-stage Enlightenment Realm powerhouse interfered with him, he wouldn't be afraid at all. However, he'd never imagined that Lin Tian actually possessed 49 bone banners like this. Damn it, he roared, his face full of unwillingness. Lin Tian stood outside the 49 bone flags and looked at Lung Xing Luo coldly. He flicked his finger. An array of golden light flew out and sank into the 49 bone flags. Boom! The 49 bone flag trembled violently as the demonic aura emanating from it grew even more violent. Dense demonic runes flew out from the bone flag, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy to form even more primordial beasts, which then transformed into a torrent of destruction that charged toward Lung Xingluo. You, pooh! Lung Xingluo was crushed again and blood filled the sky. He roared, and the pieces of flesh and bones gathered, quickly reforming his body. The aura outside his body was weak, and his eyes were full of fear. He couldn't help but tremble. Let me go. I promise I won't trouble you again. Chapter 892. The 49 bone flags were even more terrifying. Lin Tian stood at the side, coldly looking at Lung Xingluo. Are you begging me for mercy? He looked down at Lung Xingluo indifferently. Lung Xingluo trembled when he heard that. He was a candidate for this generation's godson. His talent was extraordinary and his status was respected. But now, Lin Tian asked him such a question. His face immediately turned ashen. But even so, he could only endure because he was the meat on the chopping board and Lin Tian was the butcher's knife. Yes, yes. He gritted his teeth. I can't hear you clearly. Lin Tian looked down at him. Longxing Luo trembled and clenched his fists. He clenched his teeth and shouted, I'm begging you. Please don't kill me. Please let me go. His fingernails dug into his palms and blood flowed out. His heart was filled with boundless killing intent for Lin Tian, but he didn't dare show it on his face. He just wanted to preserve his life. How shameful. Exactly. Many people pointed at Longxing Luo. At the beginning, Longxing Luo appeared to be in high spirits, looking down on Lin Tian. But now he was trembling in front of Lin Tian, begging Lin Tian for mercy. The contrast was too obvious. TSK, this kid is really unlucky. He really lost face. Wuxing Crocodile looked at Longxing Luo and shook his head. He didn't hide the ridicule in his eyes. Serves him right. Bai Qiu said. Boom! In the sky, demonic aura surged and rumbled. Demonic runes jumped around like generals. I heard you, Lin Tian said. With a rumbling sound, the 49 bone flags trembled violently as a terrifying demonic aura gushed out, as though it wanted to refine the entire area. Countless beasts roared as they fixed their eyes on Longxing Luo before rushing towards him. Longxing Luo trembled and shouted anxiously, I've already begged for mercy, and you still want to kill me. Did I say that I won't kill you if you beg for mercy? Lin Tian's voice was emotionless. You. Boom! The 49 bone flags shook at the same time. Dozens of ferocious beasts roared and submerged Longxing Luo in an instant. Pooh! Longxing Luo directly exploded. This time, even his divine soul couldn't escape. It was directly crushed by the 49 bone flags. For a moment, the entire place was silent. Immediately after, quite a few cultivators trembled. Another young king was killed by Lin Tian. This person is simply a young king killer. Someone shuddered. In the distance, the Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but roll its eyes. This killing is satisfying, but will be targeted by a huge monster next. As it said this, it suddenly realized something and muttered, Oh, it seems like we've been targeted for a long time. In the sky, demonic might rolled like rolling gray clouds. Lin Tian turned around and looked at Longxing again. All of a sudden, many cultivators around were shocked. This person now has those 49 bone flags. Even if an expert at the peak of the second sky of Enlightenment Realm came, he could only be refined and killed. And Longxing is also seriously injured right now. His battle strength is far from his peak. He can't possibly resist. Some powerhouses couldn't help but say. All of a sudden, outside the battlefield, all the cultivators were moved. Looking at Lin Tian, their expressions suddenly changed again and again. However, it was also at this moment that a crisp sound suddenly came out. Crack! Behind Lin Tian, a bone flag shattered and directly broke into pieces. Immediately, cracking sounds sounded one after another. All 49 bone flags were broken and fell from the sky. Suddenly, the demonic might that filled the sky disappeared without a trace. This space became bright again in an instant. It's all broken. It's too fragile. Could it be a one-time killing forbidden weapon? Many people were stupefied. Such a terrifying set of 49 bone banners. Yet they were all shattered with just a single strike. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile rolled her eyes and said, just as Master Crocodile guessed at the time, because the damage is too serious, it can only be used once and it won't last long. In the sky, Lin Tian was stained with blood, and his clothes were fluttering. It's your turn. He stared at Longxing with a cold expression. With a boom, a dazzling golden light surged out from his body, dyeing his hair golden. His body was slender, and he walked towards Enlonjing step by step like the Ruashian emperor. Every step made the sky tremble, and Enlonjing's eyes shot two cold lights that were almost solid. Lin Tian's posture made her very uncomfortable. His black hair danced, and the light in his eyes was even more terrifying. The chaotic light intertwined, and the king's territory's chaotic, immortal river rushed up behind him like the Milky Way. At the same time, a wave of great Tao nomological laws swept out from his body, and in an instant Tao light overflowed. This is the Chaos Great Tao, the fourth great Tao among the 3,000 great Tao. Sure enough, the great Tao comprehended by the Chaos Constitution must be the Chaos Great Tao. This is the king's body. You are born with such a cultivation advantage. Once you step into the great Tao domain, you can easily comprehend the great Tao that has a similar aura to your own king's body origin. The great Tao that has a similar aura to the king's body origin is all ranked at the top. How great would it be if I also had a king's body? Many cultivators looked at Enlonjing in surprise and envy. Boom! As soon as the Chaos Great Tao appeared, the entire space shook and chaotic, immortal lotuses appeared. In the blink of an eye, they covered every corner of the space and surrounded Lin Tian in the middle like chaotic, immortal generals. Baiziki and the other two, as well as Wuxing Crocodile, were all shocked. They could see that these chaotic, immortal lotuses were evolved from the Chaos Great Tao, and each of them contained terrifying Tao power. They could definitely easily crush a peak, great Tao powerhouse to death. Wuxing Crocodile said in a low voice, I wonder if that kid's nameless great Tao can rival the Chaos Great Tao. It definitely can. I believe in him. Bai Qiu clenched his fists. The four people and the crocodile all looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He faced the sky full of chaotic immortal lotuses and looked at Enlonjing, who was surging with chaotic light. His expression did not change at all, and his footsteps did not change at all. The reincarnation map rushed out from behind him with a buzz. Then, in the next moment, wisps of Tao light surged out from his body. They flickered with a faint, strange light, mysterious and hazy. This is the great Tao nomological laws. It is the great Tao nomological laws. There are fluctuations of Tao. But what kind of Tao is this? I'm not sure. But why does it feel like I'm looking at the vast starry sky? Many people looked at Lin Tian and were stunned. They could not understand what kind of Tao the Tao nomological laws outside Lin Tian's body was. At this moment, not only these people, but even Enlonjing's eyes narrowed, and a hint of doubt flashed in them. However, this was only for a moment. In the next moment, the doubt in his eyes disappeared and was covered by cold, killing intent again. With a rumble, he supported the Chaos Great Tao. The chaotic light of the great Tao surged, and the densely packed chaotic immortal lotuses moved together, attacking Lin Tian mightily. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a stomp of his feet, the Tao light around his body immediately spread out, turning into a rain of swords, facing the densely packed chaotic immortal lotuses that were attacking him. Chi! 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 In an instant, the chaotic immortal lotuses that filled the sky exploded one by one, crushed by the nameless great Tao one after another. He crushed the immortal lotuses condensed by the Chaos Great Tao. What kind of great Tao is that? How can it be compared to the Chaos Great Tao? Many cultivators turned pale with fright. The Chaos Great Tao was ranked fourth among the 3,000 great Taos. But now, the light of the great Tao nomological laws that Lin Tian unleashed easily crushed the chaotic immortal lotuses condensed by the Chaos Great Tao. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The golden divine light around his body surged, and his footsteps became faster. With a shake of the Chaos Emperor fist, an immortal phoenix true dragon appeared and punched at Enlonjing. At the same time, the reincarnation diagram above his head trembled. releasing a mighty divine and holy aura that suppressed the surroundings, as if it was going to send Enlonjing into the murky darkness. This kind of attitude was domineering and incomparably imposing, causing everyone to be moved. So powerful. Some people's eyes flickered, and Enlonjing's eyes were even more frightening. The vast chaotic immortal lotuses that filled the sky pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, she also moved. She used the chaotic immortal river to meet the reincarnation diagram, used the defying immortal myriad layers to meet the chaos emperor fist, and used the chaos great Tao to suppress eternity. For a time, the chaos great Tao and the chaos great Tao surged. The destructive aura soared, and the murderous light was awe-inspiring. Lin Tian was fearless. The black hair in front of his forehead danced. He controlled the reincarnation diagram and unleashed the Chaos Emperor Fist, suppressing the nameless Great Tao. It was as if an immortal emperor had been reborn, suppressing all things. In an instant, the two collided. All kinds of divine light and Tao radiance danced, directly annihilating everything around them. Boom! Lin Tian's body was slender, and Enlonjing's eyes were cold. Both of their auras were powerful and oppressive. They attacked each other in the sky, full of divine light. Divine abilities and secret techniques collided, and great Tao nomological laws clashed. Neither of them gave in, and the sky was full of destructive aura. Boom! 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 Heaven and earth shook, rumbling and terrifying air vibrations rippled out. There were even arcs of lightning intertwining. That person's great Tao really completely blocked the chaos great Tao. He's actually not at a disadvantage at all. What Tao is that? Is it as powerful as the chaos great Tao? Many cultivators were shocked. As far as the eye could see, the Tao radiance outside Lin Tian's body collided with Enlonjing's chaos great Tao. It was actually not weak at all. It disintegrated Enlonjing's chaos great Tao again and again, shocking many cultivators. No, that's not right. It's not as powerful as the chaos great Tao. His cultivation level is lower than Enlonjing's by 3 minor realms. Normally speaking, his great Tao nomological laws would not be as mature and complete as Enlonjing's great Tao nomological laws. To be able to completely block Enlonjing's chaos great Tao in such a state and continuously disintegrate the chaos Tao radiance, this situation can only be said to be. An older cultivator at the 9th heaven of the great Tao said, his eyes flashing fiercely. The great Tao nomological laws he controls are stronger than the chaos great Tao. Hearing this, the nearby cultivators were shocked again. Their gazes fell on Lin Tian, and all of them were shocked. His Tao is stronger than the chaos great Tao. Someone was shocked. Boom! On the battlefield, billowing divine power broke through the clouds, and waves of destruction spread out continuously, spreading out in all directions. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He propped up the king's domain, waved his emperor's fist, and suppressed the Tao radiance. He fought with Enlonjing from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the firmament. They fought until blood splattered and flesh flew everywhere. Among them, there was his blood, as well as Enlonjing's blood. However, he didn't seem to care about this in the slightest. And Lan and Jing Yi's expressions didn't change. The two's eyes were both cold, killing intent erupting in all directions. Both of them carried destructive divine might as they attacked the other. After that, hundreds of breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Both of them had been blasted to pieces by each other more than 10 times. The aura outside their bodies was already extremely weak, and even the Tao radiance had been concealed. They began the most primitive physical confrontation. Bang! Lin Tian punched out heavily, landing on Enlonjing's chest, directly breaking several of Enlonjing's ribs. At this time his injuries were extremely serious, and he no longer had the strength to shatter the powerful, chaotic physique with a punch. Enlonjing flew backward and roared in a low voice. She forcefully stabilized her body turned around, and landed a kick on Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian's body shook, and he directly coughed up blood. All the bones in his body seemed to be about to fall apart in the next moment, and intense pain spread throughout his body. However, he did not care. His eyes were still cold, and he endured the pain of his broken body and stepped forward, raising his fist and punching in Lanjing. And Lanjing's eyes were also frightening. Her blood-stained hair danced wildly, and she rushed towards Lin Tian like a demon king. Bang! 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 The two of them collided. There was no magical power or secret technique, just the most primitive attack of fists and feet. It's a draw evenly matched. That person is actually not weak with the chaotic imperial physique. Many cultivators were shocked. In the field, Lin Tian and Lanjing's bodies were already on the verge of collapse, and each of them blasted the other several zhang away with a punch. They were both gasping for breath, and blood was gushing out of their mouths. However, their eyes were incomparably cold, and their killing intent was surging like a vast ocean. Kill! Kill! The two of them roared, stomped on the ground, and once again rushed towards each other with their fists. Suddenly, a brown figure flashed past. It was actually a little squirrel who had rushed into this battlefield at some point in time. It bared its teeth, and with a fierce appearance, it pounced to Lanjing's side and bit Lanjing's right wrist. Chapter 893. Outside the battlefield, the expressions of all the cultivators changed. There was actually an ordinary little squirrel that had unknowingly rushed into the battlefield. At this moment, it bit Lanjing's wrist with an angry expression. All the hair on its body stood on end. Many cultivators were shocked and stunned. Lin Tian's expression changed immediately as he recognized this little squirrel. It was clearly that little thing he had encountered when he first entered this immortal estate world. At that time, the little thing had suffered some injuries, and he had used his divine power to heal the little thing's injuries. At this time, when he saw the little squirrel jump out and bite Lanjing, his heart moved. This little thing was helping him. Get lost! And Lanjing's eyes were cold. She shook her hand and shook the little squirrel away. With a bang, the little squirrel flew more than 9 feet away. After landing on the ground, it let out a wail and suddenly stopped moving. Lin Tian's expression changed, and his body trembled slightly. And Lanjing, he roared, and his black hair danced wildly. At this moment, he clenched his right fist, and golden divine light surged out. A true dragon appeared, and it let out an earth-shaking dragon roar. With one step, he stepped in front of Lanjing, and Lanjing's expression changed. You, pft! Lin Tian's fist landed firmly on Lanjing's body, directly shattering half of Lanjing's body. At the same time, Lanjing was sent flying more than 10 feet away. He gritted his teeth and stepped in front of Lanjing again. For a moment, violent fist shadows fell on Lanjing like raindrops. Bang! 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 He moved his fists together, and the golden fist shadows blasted out one after another. The sky was filled with blood, and the void was distorted inch by inch. And Lanjing roared and forcibly condensed a complete body. She blocked Lin Tian's fist shadows and retreated 3 feet away. However, Lin Tian's aura completely suppressed her at this time. He took a step forward and approached again like lightning. You bang! Another punch, this time landing on Lanjing's face, directly sending her flying. Blood splattered all over the sky. Lin Tiandao's body was full of wounds, blood staining his clothes. However, at this time he didn't adjust his breathing at all. After sending Lanjing flying, he once again stepped forward, his golden fist directly smashing down. Bang! Once again, Lanjing was hit and coughed up blood. Scram! Lanjing roared as she dodged Lin Tian's golden fist. Her 5 fingers clawed at Lin Tian's chest and tore off a large chunk of flesh, turning Lin Tian's chest into a bloody mess. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian reached out with his left hand and grabbed Enlonjing's arm. He swung his right fist and punched her again. With a bang, Enlonjing's face was punched again. There was a clear sound of bones cracking, and the bridge of her nose was directly smashed. Enlonjing roared and used her strength to shake off Lin Tian's left hand. However, Lin Tian's right fist had already landed again. Bang! Enlonjing was sent flying again, blood floating in the air. Lin Tianyi stepped on the ground and closed in again. Both his hands moved together, and the fist shadows appeared again, enveloping Enlonjing completely. Ah! Enlonjing roared and bellowed. However, she couldn't break free from Lin Tian's fist for a while. As Lin Tian's fist shadows pressed down, strands of chaotic divine blood floated out, sprinkling all over the sky. This Enlonjing lost. The chaotic king physique, one of the 9 heavens of the Great Tao, actually lost to a peer of the 6th heavens of the Great Tao. Some cultivators muttered to themselves. Everyone was stunned. No matter what, these people would never have thought that Enlonjing would actually lose, and lose to someone who is 3 minor realms lower than them in cultivation. When experts fight, sometimes a small action can break the balance and affect the entire battle. An older generation expert stared at the little squirrel in the distance. Everything is because of that little thing. Beside him, the other cultivators followed his gaze. Their eyes flickered, shocked and suspicious. Why would an ordinary little squirrel rush into such a battlefield? Why would it pounce and bite the chaotic physique? Everyone was puzzled. Bang! 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 On the battlefield, Enlonjing was in an extremely sorry state at this moment. She was being suppressed by Lin Tian, and chaotic divine blood kept splattering. Ah! She let out an angry roar and forcefully guided strands of chaotic light to protect her body. At the same time, she attacked Lin Tian. However, this strand of chaotic light was smashed by Lin Tianyi's fist as soon as it appeared. With a bang, Enlonjing was sent flying again, blood splattering everywhere. He won. In the distance, Bai Qiu couldn't help but be surprised and clench her fists. This freakish brat, with his 6th firmament of the Great Tao, he really defeated a 9th firmament chaotic king physique. Even the old monster whooshing crocodile couldn't help but be shocked. However, its gaze also fell on the little squirrel further away. It knew very well that the current battle situation had a lot to do with this little thing pouncing and biting and lunging. Beside them, Baiziki and Yangqi's eyes were also shining. At this time, the mountain range was almost destroyed. The ground had collapsed and sunk more than 100 feet. The surface was full of cracks and old trees were broken. It was a complete scene after the apocalypse. Bang! On the battlefield, Enlonjing was once again sent flying by Lin Tian. Her chest was completely caved in, and her cheeks were full of blood. Lin Tian took a step forward and closed in on Enlonjing. His aura was clearly at its weakest, but it gave off an extremely terrifying feeling. It was as if a legendary fiend god had stepped out of the long river of time and space. Dong! He punched down. His body was clearly covered in blood, but it still shook the sky and sent Enlonjing flying again. With a puff, one of Enlonjing's arms was smashed. Blood filled the sky and didn't condense for a long time. Damn it! Enlonjing growled. At this moment, her hair was disheveled, and she looked even more miserable. Her eyes were as terrifying as a ferocious beast. Lin Tian's body was covered in blood, and even his hair was stuck with blood. However, his eyes were even more terrifying than Enlonjing's. Enlonjing! He stepped forward and clenched his right fist. The faint image of a true dragon appeared again. Although it was extremely blurry, it still had an extremely terrifying aura, as if it could crush everything. Kill! He growled and stomped on the ground, almost turning into a true dragon as he charged towards Enlonjing. In an instant, all the cultivators here changed expressions. Is the chaotic physique going to be killed? And Lanjing is already on the verge of death. She can no longer resist. The dazzling chaotic king physique is going to meet its end here. All the cultivators were shocked. A chaotic king physique was going to be obliterated in this place in front of their eyes. Boom! Lin Tian punched. His eyes were like swords, and his aura was like a god. When his fist landed, the large void directly collapsed, inch by inch. The destructive punch was aimed at Enlonjing's head, and it arrived in the blink of an eye. Buzz! At this moment, Enlonjing growled. A pure white light screen rushed out of her body and directly blocked Lin Tian's punch. It also forced Lin Tian back more than 10 steps. Cough! Lin Tian coughed up blood and looked up. He saw the void beside Enlonjing distort, and a door opened. His eyes were cold. He knew this scene too well. Enlonjing had opened the spatial teleportation platform. Enlonjing, are you trying to escape? He roared. Enlonjing's hair was disheveled, and she was extremely embarrassed. Only her eyes were still extremely frightening, and there was endless killing intent in them. I will kill you, he said coldly. Behind him, the void door emitted rays of light and gradually pulled her in. This is a spatial portal, and Lanjing has a spatial teleportation platform on her. This scene, could it be a spatial teleportation platform that transcends the heavens? Many cultivators were shocked. In the distance, Baiziki and the other two, as well as Whooshing Crocodile, naturally also saw it. Whooshing Crocodile gritted his teeth. That little bastard actually has such a life-saving thing on her. On the battlefield, Lin Tian was even more furious. His black hair danced wildly as he directly stepped forward. However, he had just taken 3 steps when his body trembled violently, and he directly coughed out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Enlonjing's figure was also swallowed by the spatial portal and disappeared in front of him. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, but there was nothing he could do. At this time, his divine power had already dried up, and his injuries were extremely serious. Even his vision was blurred. Blood flowed into his eyes, causing his vision to be blood red. He could not see anything clearly, and with a bang he fell into the dust. In the distance, Baiziki and the other two, as well as Whooshing Crocodile, were all shocked and immediately revealed worried expressions. Brat, hang in there! Whooshing Crocodile shouted. The 5-colored wings on its back spread out, and it turned into a 5-colored strange light, instantly arriving beside Lin Tian. At the same time, Baiziki and the other two arrived one after another, and at the same time used their divine power to help Lin Tian heal his injuries. Buzz! They were all experts, and their divine power was pure. Soon, Lin Tian's injured body began to heal, and the cracks on his body began to heal at an extremely fast speed. After dozens of breaths, Lin Tian's complexion gradually improved. He coughed dryly, and blood flowed out of his mouth. Damn it, this injury is really serious. Whooshing Crocodile ground its teeth. Ever since it had met Lin Tian, apart from the 2 heavenly tribulations of the Great Tao, this was the first time it had seen Lin Tian so seriously injured. After all, the opponent was Enlonjing. Yang Qi said in a low voice. The group of people quickly sent their divine power to Lin Tian, causing Lin Tian's injuries to heal even faster. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. At this time, Lin Tian's complexion finally improved. Although it was still pale, there was a hint of color. It's done, Yang Qi said. It's done. Baiziki and the others retracted their divine power and breathed sighs of relief. Not bad, kid. You defeated the king of primal chaos physique with a cultivation base of 3 minor levels. That's enough to shake the world. Whooshing Crocodile bared its fangs. I was lucky. Lin Tian forced a smile. Using his right hand to prop himself up, he looked over at the little squirrel in the distance. The others followed his gaze, and their gazes fell on the little squirrel. Speaking of which, this little thing that suddenly appeared can be considered as a great help to you. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. He knew better than anyone that if the little squirrel hadn't suddenly jumped out and bitten in Longjing, it would have been hard to say who would have won the battle. At this time his body was still in pain, and he walked over to the little squirrel. Chapter 894. Lin Tian came to the side of the little squirrel. The little thing was lying on the ground, breathing heavily, but fortunately it hasn't died yet. Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He supported his seriously injured body and forcibly operated the Sun Nirvana technique. Wisps of blood-red flames jumped, interweaving into wisps of divine light, protecting the little thing's last wisp of life. It won't die, but it will take at least another 3 to 5 days to fully recover. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian Wei nodded slightly. He could see that the little squirrel was seriously injured. Let's find a more secluded place, he said. Okay. Baiziki and the other two nodded. Lin Tian was seriously injured at this time, and he had to treat the little squirrel. It's obviously not a good thing to continue to stay here. Immediately, the group stood up, glanced around, and walked away. Because Lin Tian was seriously injured, their speed wasn't fast, but it wasn't too slow either. Soon, they left the ruined mountain range and disappeared from the eyes of the cultivators in this place. That person actually defeated the chaotic king body. It feels like a dream. This is the true number 1 young king in the 5th heaven, and Longjing is also the number 1 young king in the 7th heaven. If that's the case, that person isn't just the number 1 young king in the 5th heaven. Even in the 7th heaven, he is absolutely invincible. Terrifying. Seeing Lin Tian leaving with Baiziki and the others, these cultivators trembled. At the same time, some people shook their heads. And Longjing really suffered a heavy loss this time. The pearl of the Zhan family followed him here and was killed in the 5th heaven. The 9 powerful generals under her seemed to have all died in battle. She was also defeated and had to rely on the teleportation platform to escape. It's a bit shameful, right? It's a bit shameful, at least it's a loss of face. After all, just a moment ago, she was known as the number 1 in her generation, but now she was defeated so miserably. It's a bit sad. Many cultivators shook their heads. Many people looked in the direction where Lin Tian had left. They could no longer see Lin Tian's figure, but their eyes were still filled with shock. At this time, Lin Tian and the others had already left the battlefield in the mountains far away, and were staying in a secluded cave in another mountain. Lin Tian circulated the Sun Nirvana spell to silently heal his injuries. At the same time, he used the Sun Nirvana spell to envelop the little squirrel. Buzz! Instantly, the blood-colored flames on his body flickered. It was a little hot and a little bright. His aura rose bit by bit, causing the squirrel's injuries to rapidly recover. Baiziki and the other 2 were silently guarding him from the side. Now that they saw the scene up close, they couldn't help but feel shocked. This is definitely an incredible healing saint art. Whooshing Crocodile said. An old monster, like it definitely had good eyesight. This guy really knows a lot of magical arts. Bai Qiu muttered. Lin Tian closed his eyes and silently circulated the Sun Nirvana spell. The light on the surface of his body became thicker, and his aura became stronger. In the blink of an eye, 18 hours had passed, and Lin Tian's aura had completely recovered. At this moment he opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes, almost illuminating the entire cave. At the same time, the little squirrel beside him had also completely recovered. It moved slightly and opened its eyes. This brat suffered such heavy injuries, yet he was able to completely recover in 18 hours. Even this little thing only took 18 hours to completely recover. Is that healing saint technique really that powerful? Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. Baiziki and the other 2 were also shocked, but they quickly calmed down. At this moment, they all looked at Lin Tian, who had opened his eyes. Lin Tian smiled and nodded at the 3 people and the crocodile. At this moment, Seeing that the little squirrel had also recovered and opened its eyes, he was really relieved. He sent another ray of light into the little guy's body. Instantly, the little squirrel's injuries were not only healed, but its fur also became softer and shinier. There were traces of sparkling light flickering. It made a goo-goo sound at Lin Tian. It looked very happy and used its claws to pull at Lin Tian's sleeve. "This it knows you." The three people and the crocodile were slightly stunned. Lin Tian nodded and stroked the little squirrel's soft fur. He smiled and said, "A few months ago, I came to this immortal estate world to look for you. This little thing was injured. It seemed to have escaped from the claws of an eagle. It was pitifully curled up beside a rock. I helped it heal its injuries and then left. I didn't expect that this little thing would actually chase me to that big mountain range." This made the three people and the crocodile even more moved. Whooshing Crocodile said, "Maybe it followed your scent all the way there, or maybe it ran into that mountain range by coincidence and just happened to meet you. After all, it's all in this immortal estate world." After saying that, it opened its mouth again. Looking at the little squirrel with soft fur, it clicked its tongue and said, "However, this little guy is really brave. When he ran to that place and saw you fighting with that chaotic bastard, he actually directly pounced and bit you. So cute. Such a little guy actually knows how to repay kindness." Baiziki blinked and stroked the little thing's fur. "Very good," Baiziki said. It was really rare for a steady man like him to give such an evaluation to a little animal. Lin Tian nodded. "How should I say it? Sometimes people are really not as good as small animals." He rubbed the little squirrel's head and said, "In the past, I helped a big force in the third heaven to find their ancestor who had been trapped for a long time. Along the way, I pulled the people who accompanied me back from the dead several times. In the end, I rescued their ancestor from the predicament, but what I didn't expect was that the other party directly tried to seize my body, pulling me back from the dead again and again. The few people who asked me to save them helped that old thing to suppress me. After I was lucky enough to escape, I was chased by that big force again and again." Hearing this, the three people and the crocodile were all moved. "Is there such a thing?" Baiqiu stared at him. Whooshing Crocodile gritted its teeth. "Damn it, that's enough. This is really repaying kindness with ingratitude." After saying that, it continued, "The major forces in the third heaven don't seem to be too strong. With our current strength, it's enough to suppress any major force in the third heaven. How about it? Do you want to overturn them and vent your anger?" "No, when I left the third heaven and went to the fourth heaven, that major force had already been destroyed." Lin Tian smiled and said. When he said this, the three people and the crocodile couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "When you went to the fourth heaven, that major force was destroyed." Whooshing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian strangely. "It's impossible for you to destroy them. At that time, you shouldn't have such strength." It looked at Lin Tian from head to toe and said, "However, looking at you, Master Crocodile can guess that the destruction of that major force must be related to you." Baiziki and the other two looked at Lin Tian. They also had the same feeling as Whooshing Crocodile. They were all a little curious. "It's indeed related to me." Lin Tian nodded and said, "How should I say it? It's my master who destroyed it." "Your master?" The three people and the crocodile were taken aback. "You have a master?" Baiqiu was surprised. Suddenly, she remembered something and said, "By the way, you said before that you have been cultivating in the deep mountains and forests. At that time, you were following your master." Hearing this, Lin Tian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. When he first met Baiqiu, he just said this to brush her off. He didn't expect this girl to remember it all the time. You can say that. He was a little embarrassed. The fact that he has a master isn't a big secret. There's no need to hide it, not to mention that Baiziki and the others are asking him. Hearing what he said, the group became more curious. Lin Tian really has a master. Wuxing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian and said, "To be able to teach a disciple like you, your master can't be weak." "What is his cultivation realm?" Bai Qiu blinked and looked at him with a pleading look. Bai Ziki and Yang Qi's gazes also landed on him. "Honestly speaking, I'm not sure about his cultivation realm." Lin Tian shook his head and said, "However, that old man killed a great success monarch physique." "What?" The three people and one crocodile were all shocked. Existences at the level of great success king physique are existences that ordinary half-step emperors could not withstand more than a dozen moves. They are truly unparalleled beneath the emperor realm. Furthermore, some extremely powerful great success king physique existences could even kill ordinary emperors at the first level of primal chaos realm. Your teacher actually killed a great success king physique expert before. Wuxing Crocodile stared and couldn't stay calm. Lin Tian nodded and said, "Oh, it seems like it didn't take much effort." "What? It didn't take much effort?" The three people and one crocodile were shocked again. It didn't take much effort to kill a great success monarch physique expert. "It seems so." Lin Tian Ondao. The three people and one crocodile couldn't help but stare. "Not bad, kid. You have quite a lot of backup. You have a sister who is an unparalleled demon emperor, and a master who can kill a great success monarch physique expert. Why don't you go to heaven?" Wuxing Crocodile grinded its teeth and said, "Speaking of which, who is your master? Tell me about it. To be able to kill a great success monarch physique expert so easily, he must be an old monster who has lived for thousands of years." Lin Tian glanced at it and said, "What old monster who has lived for thousands of years? My master was only born for 100 years. Only born for 100 years. The three people and one crocodile were shocked again. "Kid, you are bragging too much." Wuxing Crocodile stared at him. To be able to kill a great success monarch physique expert after cultivating for only 100 years without any effort. This Grandpa Crocodile has never heard of such a heaven-defying character in the history of cultivation. Not only it, even Bai Ziki and Yang Qi's eyes were filled with shock. To be able to kill a half-step emperor after cultivating for a little more than 100 years, and to do it so effortlessly. How is this possible unless there was a miracle? That old man. Those who know him all describe him as a peerless genius. Lin Tian smiled. To be honest, he was really proud to have such a master. The three people and one crocodile looked at him and were really shocked. "This is really..." Wuxing Crocodile grinned. "He is indeed worthy of the title of a peerless genius. Truly heaven-defying. To have such a genius master and a demon emperor sister. If the world knew, who would dare to provoke you?" Bai Qiu muttered. Chapter 895. Bai Ziki and the other two, as well as the Wuxing Crocodile, were really shocked by Lin Tian. They originally thought that Lin Tian only had a powerful demon emperor behind him. They never thought that he had a master who could kill a great accomplishment king physique without much effort. Most importantly, this master was only over 100 years old. He had only cultivated for over 100 years. How terrifying was that? That's too exaggerated. Bai Qiu muttered. The group stared at Lin Tian with astonishment in their eyes. This made Lin Tian a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, "Cultivation mainly depends on oneself." "Cuckoo." The little squirrel made a crisp sound and crawled around his body, looking very happy. Lin Tian smiled and rubbed the little thing's head again. "Let's go. We can leave this place," he said, now that his injuries were healed and his essence, energy, and spirit were even stronger. There was no need for him to stay here any longer. Immediately, the group left and walked out. They were currently in a large mountain range. The mountain range was not very eye-catching, but the spirit chi was relatively abundant. After all, this was the Immortal Mansion world. Any mountain inside the Immortal Mansion world would not be lacking in spirit chi. The group of people slowly walked through the mountains. Not long after, they arrived at a place where the spirit chi was denser. Lin Tian stopped and carried the little squirrel down from his shoulder. "Little guy, let's part here. Live well in the future, and pay attention to your safety," he said. They were all cultivators, and they could encounter dangerous battles at any time. It was naturally impossible to bring a little squirrel with them. That would not be a good thing for them, or the little squirrel. The little squirrel blinked its eyes and was a little reluctant to leave. However, it was very obedient. After making a few goo-goo sounds at Lin Tian, it turned around and climbed up a large tree, quickly leaving the area. Lin Tian smiled and looked at Bai Ziki and the other two, as well as the whooshing crocodile. "Okay, let's go." He glanced in the direction the little squirrel left, and then the three people and the crocodile soared into the sky and stepped into the distance. Very quickly, the group of people left the range of the mountain and traveled far away. "Where are we going next?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. Then he continued, "Oh, speaking of which, our recent gains have been quite good. We've made several breakthroughs in our cultivation. Why don't we go for a walk to cultivate our minds?" During this period of time, their harvest in the fifth heaven can be regarded as extremely amazing. Not only did they obtain many rare treasures, but they also stepped into a new realm several times. The speed of their promotion is extremely fast, far exceeding the normal level. At this moment, it felt that it was not a bad idea to relax a little and look at the scenery. After all, although a cultivator's cultivation realm was important, the state of mind was equally important. Sometimes the state of mind was even more important than one's strength. Bai Qiu looked outside the immortal residence and whispered, "My brother and I have been out for many years. I want to go home and take a look." Bai Ziki didn't say anything, but there was a faint light in his eyes. Hearing this, Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. A few familiar and nostalgic figures quickly appeared in his mind. "Then let's go back." "I think so too," he said. Thinking about it, he has been separated from Lin Shi, Su Shu, and Ji Yu for a long time. It's time to go back and see them. There's also the girl from the third heaven, Shui Yi and Ling Yin. He hasn't seen them for a long time. He misses them very much. Moreover, when he was in the heavenly palace of death, he already had this plan. He planned to go back and see them after leaving the heavenly palace of death. However, after leaving the heavenly palace of death, the immortal mansion world opened, and he sensed the aura of the sword soul fragment. Then he fought with the sun physique and found the heavenly lord's cave. Then it settled. Let's go back now. Bai Qiu was a little happy. Whooshing Crocodile flapped its wings and said casually, "Master Crocodile is fine. Wherever Brat Lin goes, Master Crocodile will go." It didn't have any other concerns. Naturally, it had nothing to do with Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded and looked at Yang Qi. "What about you?" "Let's go back." Yang Qi nodded, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. "There are some grudges that need to be settled." "Enmity? What enmity?" The five elements crocodile looked at Yang Qi, waved his claws, and bared his fangs. "Saberman, you brat. Talk to Lord Crocodile later. Who are we afraid of? We'll crush them." It didn't know what Yang Qi's grudges were, but Lin Tian and the other two knew. Yang Qi's family was also a super force in the second heaven, not much weaker than the Bai family. Later, because of a catastrophe, the family's strength was greatly reduced. The Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land took the opportunity to destroy the Yang family and took away everything except the treasured saber. Today, Yang Qi was the last bloodline of the Yang family. This was the hatred of the extermination of the family. Back then, Yang Qi didn't have the strength to deal with the Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land. He could only endure and avoid the joint pursuit of the two holy lands. But now he was strong enough to go back and settle this grudge. "When we return to the second heaven, we will go with you," Lin Tian said. His voice wasn't loud, but it was very firm. Yang Qi nodded gently, not saying any words of thanks because, with their relationship, There was no need to say such words. Let's go. Lin Tian, thinking of Yang Qi's matter, his eyes were intertwined with a cold light. After returning to the second heaven, he will destroy the Li family. At that moment, the group didn't stop and walked towards the void portal that led to this immortal mansion world. Their speed wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. Soon, they crossed several mountains. Clang! Suddenly, a murderous light slashed from a mountain not far away. It was peerlessly sharp, causing the void to shatter in an instant. The 4 people and 1 crocodile trembled in unison, all feeling the threat of death. Lin Tian's body flashed with golden divine light, and he used the 5th layer of the Yin and Yang Sutra at the fastest speed, enveloping Bai Qiu and the others, avoiding the terrifying murderous light at the critical moment. Boom! The murderous light landed on a mountain in the distance, directly turning the mountain into ashes. Which bastard is it? Wuxing Crocodile shouted. Lin Tian and the others also looked coldly in the direction of the murderous light. There, on a mountain, a dozen figures stepped forward, each of them exuding a tyrannical aura, and their eyes were very cold. Especially the leader of these dozen people, a gray-robed old man. Although his body was dry, his eyes were the coldest. The aura on his body surged like rolling lead clouds, and wherever it passed, the space was constantly distorted. Looking at this person, the 4 people and 1 crocodile's faces changed. Where did the 6th heavenly layer of enlightenment come from? Wuxing Crocodile was moved. In the past, a cultivator of the 6th heavenly layer of enlightenment was not even an ant to it, but now its cultivation had fallen, and it was only at the 4th heavenly layer of Great Tao. At this time, it really had to be careful when encountering a cultivator of the 6th heavenly layer of enlightenment. There's a familiar aura. Lin Tian's face was slightly solemn, and then a faint light flashed in his eyes. The people of the Zhan family. A few months ago, a group of great Tao realm powerhouses from the Zhan family came from the 7th heaven and surrounded Bai Ziki and the others. At that time, he killed a lot of people, and he vaguely remembered the unique aura of those people. That aura, these people also have it. In fact, his feeling wasn't wrong. These dozens of people are indeed the powerhouses of the Zhan family. After the dozens of people from the Zhan family who came down from the 7th heaven were killed, the Zhan family sent more powerful people to this heaven and found them at this moment. Damn the Zhan family. Those bastards from the Zhan family said that there would be Wuzhen-level Zhan family elders coming. I didn't expect them to really come. Moreover, it's a 6th sky of Wuzhen. Wuxing Crocodile gritted his teeth. In front of them, more than a dozen people pressed forward. Each of them had a monstrous, murderous aura, causing the surrounding space to shatter. You bunch of damn things! How dare you hurt my precious great-granddaughter? Among the dozen people, the gray-robed old man who was the leader spoke. His voice was like 2 pieces of glass rubbing against each other. It was a little creepy, coupled with his somewhat sunken pupils. It gave people a terrifying feeling. As the old man spat out such a sentence, a violent killing intent surged, pressing towards Lin Tian and the others like a tidal wave. Lin Tian and the others quickly propped up their divine power to resist, but it was instantly shattered. All of them were sent flying more than 10 meters away before they could stabilize their figures. Their faces turned a little pale. It's a little troublesome. Bai Ziki said solemnly, "It's not a little troublesome, it's very troublesome." Wuxing Crocodile gritted his teeth. Their group wasn't weak, and Lin Tian was very strong. But no matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to block a 6th heavenly layer of enlightenment. The gap between them is too big. It's impossible to escape. More than a dozen people from the Zhan family walked over step by step. They were at least of the Great Path level. Their gazes were piercingly cold as they stared at the 4 people and the crocodile, full of murderous intent. They strode over, and then a few of them worked together to hold up a treasured banner. The banner was densely covered in talisman markings, and it actually completely sealed off the space in an area of 300 m in the blink of an eye, not giving Lin Tian and the others the slightest chance to escape. For a moment, the group's expression changed again. Boom! Divine power raged, and the murderous intent was terrifying, causing the entire space within a radius of several hundred meters to tremble. The gray-robed old man walked alone, pressing towards Lin Tian and the others. His expression was extremely cold, and murderous aura surged around him. I will extract your divine souls and suppress them in front of Yuji's tomb forever, the old man said coldly. With a rumble, the old man took a step forward. Terrifying, murderous aura intertwined, like a vast sea pressing down on the group. The 4 people and the crocodile were all shocked. This kind of attack was too strong. They didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Each of them urged their strongest combat power, displaying one divine power after another as they faced forward to resist this wave of murderous aura that swept over. However, this murderous aura came from the hand of a 6th heavenly layer of enlightenment. Its power was so strong that it made one's heart tremble. In just an instant, it crushed all the divine power and secret techniques they propped up, causing them to fly away together, each coughing out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 896. Lin Tian and the others were sent flying. When they stabilized themselves in the distance, blood overflowed from their mouths, and their faces became even paler. What should we do? Wuxing Crocodile gritted his teeth. Lin Tian and the other 3 naturally looked dignified. The 6th stage of Wujin was too strong, and they couldn't stop him at all. Boom! In front of them, the murderous intent surged again and became even more terrifying. The gray-robed old man from the Zhan clan stood in the air and moved once more. His shriveled body emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation, and he was like a death god pressing down on Lin Tian and the others. His gaze was even more cruel, filled with venom. Damnable bastards! As his words fell, the space rumbled as if it was alive. The void vibrated like killing patterns. The 4 people and the crocodile were all shocked and stepped back. The blood in their bodies was tumbling, and they almost coughed out blood again. This old bastard! Wuxing Crocodile cursed in a low voice. Baiziki and the others each propped up the divine light curtain. Their faces were very pale, and their expressions were more dignified. It was also at this time that the murderous intent surged again. The gray-robed elder stepped on the void step by step, and the murderous intent outside his body was even more terrifying. Kid Lin, let the little guy in your body wake up and intimidate him. Wuxing Crocodile said quickly. Lin Tian shook his head and said in a low voice, "The little guy is still in the egg and has not been born. Now it has no real combat power. It may have a deterrent effect on some unintelligent creatures, but it won't work on intelligent creatures." Wuxing Crocodile gritted his teeth. Yes, it seems to be so. As he said, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. What else can we do now? Are we really going to die here? Damn it. Lord Crocodile hasn't ascended to the chaotic realm yet. Beside him, Bai Qiu, Baiziki, and Yang Qi were also not looking good. They walked towards the gray-robed elder. That murderous intent and divine power were too terrifying. They definitely couldn't block it. At the same time, the surrounding void was completely sealed. Right now, it was impossible for them to even escape. If this were to carry on, all of them would definitely be killed by this old man from the Zhan family. I have an idea, Lin Tian suddenly said. He stared at the gray-robed old man in front of him. At this moment, strands of cold light flashed in his eyes. What is it? Hurry up and use it, Wuxing Crocodile urged. At this time, as the gray-clothed elder pressed down, his killing intent was like an enormous wave of ice crushing down on them, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Tian stared ahead and nodded slightly. All of you back off first. Protect your minds, Lin Tian said in a deep voice. Baiziki's trio and Wuxing Crocodile nodded. When they heard Lin Tian's words, they didn't hesitate and hurriedly retreated. However, in the next moment, Wuxing Crocodile suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed. Brat, don't tell me you're thinking of… Boom! Lin Tian's body surged with divine light, and the laws of the great Tao surged, directly interrupting Wuxing Crocodile's next words. Immediately, in the next moment, with a buzzing sound, a black cauldron rushed out of his body and slowly floated in front of him. I want to break that huge piece of immortal Lingjing inside and release that middle-aged man. He transmitted his voice to the three people and the crocodile. Suddenly, Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and Wuxing Crocodile's expressions changed. They naturally knew that Lin Tian's black cauldron contained a huge piece of immortal Lingjing, and sealed within the immortal Lingjing was a nirvana realm demonized middle-aged man. He was a very terrifying existence. If such an existence was released, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. Brat, calm down. Don't play with fire. Once that middle-aged man is released, we might all be in trouble. Wuxing Crocodile transmitted his voice. Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki also nodded. They had all seen how terrifying the demonized middle-aged man was when Lin Tian took out the immortal Lingjing. Just a wisp of aura overflowing from the immortal Lingjing was enough to make many powerful cultivators lose themselves and go crazy. If the immortal Lingjing was broken and the middle-aged man was released, who knows what kind of terrifying thing would happen? Yang Qi didn't know about the existence of the demonized middle-aged man. He only stood to the side and vigilantly watched the gray-robed old man pressing forward. There's no other way. This person is at the 6th heavenly layer of enlightenment. Purely relying on the devilish energy to affect him or injure him won't have any substantial effect. We can only release that middle-aged man. Lin Tian transmitted his voice and said, "There's no time. You guys quickly retreat and protect your minds." As he spoke, divine light surged around his body, and he rushed towards the gray-robed old man with the black cauldron in hand. Boom! The divine light around his body shot into the heavens. The golden radiance was resplendent, supporting the laws of the great Tao. This kind of aura was incomparably tyrannical. However, the gray-robed old man was at the 6th heavenly layer of the great Tao. How could he care about it? He stared at Lin Tian, and the murderous light in his eyes became even denser. It was like two death swords were about to rush out. It was you. Yu Ji was killed by you. With a boom, the murderous light surged around his body. He directly raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. I want you to live a life worse than death. I'll suppress your soul in front of Yu Ji's grave. Rumble, rumble, rumble. His large hand pressed down, and the void trembled. Then, with a cracking sound, it shattered. Spatial turbulence wantonly poured out. Lin Tian's qi and blood were in turmoil. The gray-robed old man's large hand hadn't even gotten close, but he felt like he was going to vomit blood. His body was in intense pain. However, even so, there was no fear in his eyes. On the contrary, they became even colder. He faced the other party's large hand that was grabbing at him and stepped forward. When he was 30 feet away from the other party's large hand, he gritted his teeth and directly turned the Xianqing cauldron upside down. A huge piece of the immortal Lingjing fell out from it and pressed down on the gray-robed old man. Then he put the Xianqing cauldron back into his body and quickly supported the reincarnation diagram. He merged the reincarnation diagram with his laws of the great Tao, fusing them together to form his current strongest technique, the reincarnation diagram of the great Tao. Break! He shouted in a low voice. The reincarnation diagram of the great Tao flew out like a comet, wrapped in the light of the imperial region and the divine radiance of the great Tao. It fiercely slammed into the huge immortal Lingjing. Almost at the same time, the Zhan family's gray-robed old man's large hand that was reaching out to Lin Tian happened to be close to the huge immortal Lingjing that sealed the demonized middle-aged man. He directly pressed down on it. Boom! Suddenly, monstrous divine energy vibrated, and a violent wave of air spread out. The space in front was directly drowned in divine light. Lin Tian immediately activated the Heart Sutra of the Sun, using a golden divine light screen to protect his body. However, he was still sent flying by the impact. The blood in his body surged, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ah! At the same time, a scream rang out. The Zhan family's gray-robed old man's large hand was covered by a ball of pitch-black, demonic blood qi, causing his arm to be like ice meeting fire. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pool of pitch-black blood. In an instant, the expressions of the dozen or so great Tao cultivators of the Zhan family behind all changed. Elder, what happened? The dozen or so people all rushed toward the gray-robed old man. However, in the next moment, the space that was drowned in divine light trembled again. A terrifying demonic aura spread out, accompanied by the sound of iron chains breaking. Billowing black fog surged, causing the dozen or so people to stop in their tracks. Roar! A sound similar to the roar of a wild beast was heard. The sound rolled out and instantly shattered a large area of the nearby space. The gray-robed old man was the closest to the source of the sound. He was the first to be sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. His body was covered in cracks. Elder! The expressions of the dozen or so great Tao cultivators of the Zhan family changed. However, in the next moment, they trembled violently and almost fell from the sky. Their eyes became a little dazed, and their expressions showed that they were struggling. It was as if they had fallen into an illusion. Boom! In front of them, demonic light surged, shaking heaven and earth. The void cracked inch by inch. Lin Tian's sea of lotuses swayed. He had already protected his mind. At this time, he retreated to the side of Baiziki and the others. Roar! Almost at the instant, he retreated to the side of the three people and the crocodile. Another beast-like roar came from the front, causing the space there to collapse directly. At this time, the space in front of them was completely enveloped by demonic light. It was pitch black. Looking through this pitch-black demonic light, one could vaguely see a slightly tall figure standing inside. His eyes were blood-red, intertwined with confusion, blood, and slaughter. It was extremely horrifying. He was really let out. Wuxing Crocodile swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Beside him, Baiziki and Yang Qi were also shocked. Bai Qiu even shrank his neck with all his might. They had received Lin Tian's instructions in advance and had already used special methods to protect their minds. They were not affected at all. In fact, they were now at the Great Tao Realm. Even if they did not prepare in advance, they would not be affected too much. After being disturbed by the demonic nature at the beginning, they would quickly recover. Roar! In front of them, a roar sounded again. The demonic light was vast and mighty, surging into the sky, shaking the nearby space until it kept collapsing. Then, in that place, the pitch-black demonic light surged inwards, as if it was being swallowed by a spatial vortex. Just like that, after a few breaths, the figure of a middle-aged man appeared and stood in the sky. All the demonic qi has been absorbed into his body. Baiziki stared ahead and said, the middle-aged man's hair was messy. The clothes on his body had not been destroyed by the passage of time. At this moment, there were wisps of pitch-black demonic light lingering around his body, and his eyes were blood-red. Looking at the middle-aged man, Wuxing Crocodile could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva again. Looking at this middle-aged man, he whispered to Lin Tiandao, Kid, if he comes for us, have you thought about what to do? Don't worry. I used the great Tao law earlier, and a part of it entered this middle-aged man's body. It should have the effect of suppressing his demonic nature. Lin Tian stared ahead and said in a low voice, At this time, as long as we do not take the initiative to provoke him, he should not do anything to us. Really? Wuxing Crocodile was a little surprised. Really? Lin Tian nodded. Hearing what he said, Wuxing Crocodile suddenly felt relieved. Baiziki and the other two also felt a little relieved. After all, they still believed in Lin Tian's words. Moreover, Lin Tian's great Tao law was indeed very unusual. It was very likely that it could suppress the demonic nature of the middle-aged man. "Who is it?" At this moment, a roar sounded. Lin Tianyi and the others looked up and saw that the dozens of experts of the Zhan family had completely gotten rid of the demonic influence of the middle-aged man. At this time, the gray-robed old man of the sixth sky of enlightenment was roaring coldly at the middle-aged man. P.S. The seventh update has arrived. Today's update is the seventh update. I hope everyone has enjoyed watching. Chapter 897. Lin Tianyi and the rest were stunned when they saw the Zhan family's gray-robed elder roaring at the demonized middle-aged man. Is there something wrong with this old man's head? Can't he see that the middle-aged man is not someone he can afford to offend? Bai Qiu stared and whispered. Lin Tian was also speechless. In fact, when he threw out the huge immortal lingjing that sealed the demonized middle-aged man, he secretly engraved a simple chain formation pattern in the void. One end of the chain was near the demonized middle-aged man, while the other end quietly extended to the Zhan family experts. As long as he activated the formation pattern, one end of the chain formation pattern would wrap around the demonized middle-aged man, and the other end would wrap around the Zhan family experts. This would make the demonized middle-aged man think that the Zhan family experts were attacking him, and he could forcefully restrain his destructive demonic aura onto the Zhan family experts. However, he did not expect that the Zhan family's gray-robed elder would roar at the demonized middle-aged man before he even activated the formation pattern. This was simply drawing hatred. The formation pattern is in vain. He was speechless. Boom! In front of him, the demonic aura was vast and mighty, causing the surrounding space to distort continuously. The oppressive aura swept across the land. In the sky, the demonized middle-aged man's body was covered in black, demonic fog. He tilted his head and stared at the Zhan family's gray-robed elder. His eyes were blood-red, as though they were dyed with blood. His eyes were intertwined with bloodthirst, violence, and killing intent. The Zhan family's gray-robed elder trembled when he saw such a gaze. Originally, he had only roared at the demonized middle-aged man out of anger after being severely injured. However, at this moment, when he met the demonized middle-aged man's gaze, he suddenly felt an unconcealable fear. The other party's gaze was too terrifying. It made him feel as though he was facing the Grim Reaper. At the same time, the other Zhan family experts beside him were naturally in a worse state. Their foreheads were already drenched in cold sweat, and some of them could not help but take a step back. Roar! A beast-like roar came from the demonized middle-aged man's mouth, directly collapsing the surrounding void. He stared at the Zhan family's gray-robed elder, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. He staggered toward the gray-robed elder. Black, demonic fog swirled around his body. Wisps of demonic fog floated in the air like generals from the demonic domain guarding him. The dozen or so Zhan family members trembled. Seeing the demonized middle-aged man walking towards them, the fear in their eyes deepened. You. The gray-robed old man from the Zhan family was terrified, his lips trembling. At this time, he began to regret shouting at the other party. Roar! A beast-like roar resounded through the skies, directly shattering everything in the vicinity. The demonified middle-aged man's speed suddenly increased. His eyes were blood-red, resembling a real beast. His body shone with a towering devil light as he rushed towards the 10 people from the Zhan clan. The black devil fog around him churned like a black tidal wave, capable of annihilating everything. Retreat quickly! The gray-robed elder from the Zhan clan shouted in fear. After he finished speaking, he was the first to retreat at an extremely fast speed. At this time, he no longer had the energy to care about Lin Tianyi and the others. He had even completely forgotten about the existence of Lin Tian and the others. At the same time, the other 10 or so people from the Zhan family also retreated quickly. However, the demonified middle-aged man was too fast. In just an instant, he was in front of the 10 or so people. He raised his hand and grabbed the slowest person in his hand. His hands exerted force and tore him apart alive. Blood, mixed with internal organs, scattered all over the sky. "Save me! Save me!" This person was at the 6th firmament of the great Tao. His divine soul escaped. He screamed in fear and fled towards the other people from the Zhan family. The demonified middle-aged man roared. Demonic light surrounded him. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The divine soul of the 6th firmament of the great Tao of the Zhan family was immediately pulled by a terrifying force and flew directly into the demonified middle-aged man's mouth. He swallowed it along with the demonic aura. For a moment, the 10 or so people from the Zhan family who fled became even more terrified. Even the gray-robed elder from the 6th firmament of comprehending truth trembled uncontrollably. Further away, Lin Tianyi and the others also trembled. "So scary!" Bai Qiu shrank his neck. Even Lin Tian felt his scalp tingle. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was not simply because the demonified middle-aged man killed a 6th firmament of the great Tao of the Zhan family. This was no big deal. With his current combat strength, he could crush a cultivator of this level to death with a lift of his hand. What really made his scalp tingle was that the demonified middle-aged man's method of killing the 6th firmament of the great Tao of the Zhan family was truly horrifying. He tore his opponent apart alive and then swallowed his divine soul in one gulp. Boom! The turbulent demonic power was vast and mighty. The pitch-black demonic light surged and swallowed everything around. Black holes appeared one after another. The demonified middle-aged man's eyes were blood-red. After killing a great Tao cultivator from the Zhan family, he raised his head and stared at the other cultivators from the Zhan family. Roar! He let out a roar. The demonic aura around him tumbled and moved again. With a rumble, he was like a demonic lord of death. His speed was extremely fast. Wherever he passed, the space was annihilated. In an instant, he was in front of the dozen or so people from the Zhan family. With a claw, he crushed half of the head of a 5th firmament of the great Tao of the Zhan family cultivator. Blood and brain matter splattered into the void. Then he grabbed this person close to him and tore him apart like a scarecrow. Even his divine soul was annihilated by the demonic aura in his hands. His body and soul were destroyed. After that, he did not stop at all. He was really like a wild beast. His blood-red eyes stared at the rest of the Zhan family cultivators as he pounced forward. Boom! As he moved, the demonic light that filled the sky surged like the waves of a vast ocean. It drowned the 5 great Tao cultivators from the Zhan family. Ah! Screams came out from the rolling demonic light in an instant. The 5 great Tao cultivators from the Zhan family struggled, but they could not escape at all. The pitch-black demonic light was like an emperor's corrosive poison. In the blink of an eye, it corroded their physical bodies completely, causing the 5 of them to turn into thick blood. Even their divine souls were destroyed as well. They truly disappeared from this world. The group of people from the Zhan family, including the gray-robed old man, had a total of 15 people. At this time, only 15 were left in the blink of an eye. They were all terrified. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The gray-robed old man from the Zhan family spoke again. His words were somewhat inarticulate. He trembled as he fled into the distance. He was at the 6th firmament of Wuzhen, and his combat power was extremely strong. However, the demonized middle-aged man at this moment was too terrifying. Facing the demonized middle-aged man, he felt that he could not even compare to an ant. The other party seemed to be able to completely erase him from this world with just a lift of his hand. Roar! The demonized middle-aged man roared. His blood-red eyes were full of murderous aura. At this time, he stared at the gray-robed old man again. He roared again, causing the space to rumble and tremble. He turned into a monstrous, demonic wave and rushed towards the gray-robed old man. With a loud crack, the divine weapon-grade treasure flag that the Jean family had used to seal off the surrounding space was shattered into pieces. The fragments fell from the sky with a clatter. The space seal was shattered. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Slowly retreat from this place. Don't alarm the demonized, middle-aged man, Lin Tian whispered. Immediately, for people and one crocodile moved carefully. They did not stop until they were 1,000 feet away from this place. They looked forward in the mountain. Let this Lord Crocodile see how these bastards from the Jean family are finished. Wuxing Crocodile bared its teeth. Just now, more than a dozen people from the Jean family attacked. Although it did not suffer great damage, it still vomited some blood. It was naturally very unhappy. If you just watch from here, there won't be any great risk. Just don't provoke him. Lin Tian stared at the demonized middle-aged man in front of him. Baiziki's group and Wuxing Crocodile nodded. Each of them suppressed their aura to the minimum and looked forward. Boom! In front of them, the demonic aura was billowing and terrifying. The sky was filled with dark, demonic fog. The demonized middle-aged man's eyes were blood-red. He stared at the gray-robed old man from the Jean family and took a few steps forward. Suddenly, the gray-robed old man from the Jean family trembled violently. "What are you doing?" "Roar!" The demonized middle-aged man roared. The demonic aura covered the sky. Just the aura alone sent the gray-robed old man flying with a bang. The gray-robed old man coughed up blood. His body was instantly covered with cracks. The demonized middle-aged man's eyes were full of ruthlessness. He stared at the gray-robed old man who was flying backward and directly raised his hand to grab the old man's head. The gray-robed old man stabilized his body. Seeing the demonized middle-aged man's big hand pressing down, he was suddenly even more terrified. He let out a loud roar and forcefully took out a divine weapon seal. It pressed down on the demonized, middle-aged man's big hand. Then he took out his own great path precepts. The great path divine light that filled the sky like a starry river of Tao pressed down on the demonized, middle-aged man. Crack! 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 The gray-robed old man attacked with all his might. The low-grade divine weapon and great path precepts were all used. The scene was extremely shocking. It directly caused the void to collapse inch by inch. The spatial turbulence poured out wantonly. For the cultivation level of the 6th heavenly layer of Wuxin, this old bastard's combat power is not bad. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile said, "Can he stop the demonized middle-aged man?" Bai Qiu whispered. Lin Tian shook his head. "There is no hope at all." Almost as soon as his words fell, in the sky in front of him, the demonized middle-aged man's big hand intertwined with dense demonic light. With a crack, it shattered the divine weapon that the gray-robed old man had taken out. Then, the big hand's momentum did not decrease. It annihilated the gray-robed old man's great path precepts. It penetrated the gray-robed old man's chest and grabbed his heart out. Blood splattered everywhere. "Ah!" The gray-robed old man screamed. It was not only because his chest was penetrated and his heart was grabbed out, but also because after the demonized middle-aged man's hand penetrated his body, the remaining strands of terrifying demonic qi were left in his body. At this time, the remaining demonic qi in his body began to madly corrode his physical body. It even flooded his sea of consciousness and spiritual soul. Elder, the other great path masters of the Jean family shouted in horror. It was also at this time that the demonized middle-aged man roared again. His right hand grabbed the gray-robed old man's heart and smashed it down. The gray-robed old man was smashed into the sky, leaving only a spiritual soul to escape. His face was full of horror. The demonized middle-aged man's eyes were blood-red. Demonic light surged around him. He stared at the escaping spiritual soul of the gray-robed old man and roared again, just like how he killed the Jean family cultivator at the beginning. He directly sucked the gray-robed old man's spiritual soul back and swallowed it into his stomach. Chapter 898. Lin Tian and the others looked ahead and couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. The Jean family's gray-robed elder of the sixth heaven of Wuzhen was actually smashed into pieces by the demonized middle-aged man, and then his spirit was directly devoured. This kind of means was really a bit horrifying. What a good appetite! The Wuxing crocodile bared its teeth. Lin Tian glanced at it and looked ahead again. In the sky up ahead of the dozen or so people from the Jean clan who had chased them all the way here, there were only 7 left. They were all cultivators of the Great Path level, and their abilities were extraordinary. However, at this moment, all of them were trembling, and their eyes were filled with intense fear. How could this happen? Some people were trembling all over. At this time, staring at the demonized middle-aged man, these 7 Jean family powerhouses were all trembling in fear. Powerful as their family's elder of the sixth heaven of Wuzhen was actually smashed into pieces and devoured by the other party. How could they stop it? Run! Run! Someone said in horror. In an instant, all 7 of them moved, creating 7 whooshing sounds as they fled in 7 different directions. Very smart, each choosing a different direction. However, can they beat the speed of a Nirvana-level powerhouse? In the distance, Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes. Almost as soon as his voice fell, the demonic fog in front of him surged into the sky, making a rolling roar and directly collapsing the sky. The demonized middle-aged man's eyes were blood-red. With just one step, he appeared in front of a Great Path powerhouse who escaped from the Jean family. You, poof! The demonized middle-aged man waved his hand and smashed the Jean family powerhouse's head with one palm. Then the demonic light rolled, pulling out his spirit and crushing it. Standing in the sky, the demonized middle-aged man's body was intertwined with strands of dark demonic light. His blood-red pupils looked in the direction where the other 6 Jean family powerhouses escaped. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the demonized middle-aged man disappeared in place. The next moment, he stopped another Jean family powerhouse who escaped. The big hand intertwined with blood and demonic light directly slapped down, ruthless and ruthless. Don't kill! Poof! Blood splattered, and this Jean clan cultivator was instantly smashed into pieces. Even his soul was obliterated. In the next moment, the demonized middle-aged man tilted his head. The blood-red color in his eyes faded a little, but his violent aura was still very strong. With a swoosh, he disappeared from his original spot and charged towards the other Jean family experts. Ah! Help! Save! I don't want to die, no! The demonized middle-aged man was very fast. He appeared in 5 different positions one after another and shot out 5 clusters of dazzling blood mist. After that, the entire space became much quieter. The dozen or so experts from the Jean family had been completely wiped out. What a bloodthirsty demon! Wuxing Crocodile said from afar. Lin Tian shook his head. You can't say that. He's actually very pitiful. He knew some things about the demonized, middle-aged man. The other party was once the lord of a holy land in the 4th heaven. His holy land suffered a disaster in order to suppress a pure source vein. At the last moment, he forced himself to enter the demonic state to break through to the Nirvana realm, saving the last few disciples of the Holy Land, and then forcibly sealed himself. In front of them, the demonized middle-aged man stood in the sky. His hair was messy and fluttering in the wind. Demonic light surrounded his body. Suddenly, he tilted his head slightly and looked at the location of Lin Tian and the others with his blood-red eyes. Suddenly, the 4 people and 1 crocodile trembled at the same time. They only felt that their internal organs had become cold at this moment. He won't come over, right? Bai Qiu said with a guilty conscience. Wuxing Crocodile also whispered, Brat Lin, are you sure he won't do anything to us? Don't worry, as long as we don't provoke him. He won't do anything to us. Lin Tiandao. The group of people stared at the demonized, middle-aged man in front of them. They all held their breath and didn't even move their fingers. Immediately, in the next moment, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The demonized, middle-aged man's gaze moved away from them. At this moment, standing in the sky, the demonized, middle-aged man suddenly gave off a feeling of loneliness and desolation. His eyes were blood-red, and the violence and killing intent in them dissipated a lot. Only confusion became stronger. He looked at the holy land, the sky, and the earth like a lonely traveler, stepping into the distance step by step and disappearing in the blink of an eye. For people, and one crocodile stood on a large mountain thousands of feet away. Seeing the demonized middle-aged man leave, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Boy, are we letting him go out like this? It won't cause a disaster, right? Wuxing Crocodile asked. It won't. You saw it too. His eyes are obviously not as red as when he first came out. Moreover, the violence and killing intent in his eyes have weakened a lot. There won't be any problems now. His demonic nature won't even disturb others. Lin Tiandao said, Of course, if someone provokes him, it'll be a different story. How scary, Bai Qiu whispered. Bai Ziki and Yang Qi looked in the direction the demonized middle-aged man left with a faint light in their eyes. Speaking of which, Brat Lin, when the immortal Lingjing that sealed the demonized middle-aged man was broken, it didn't explode into pieces. It seems that there are still some fragments that fell over there. At this moment, the 5 Elements crocodile opened his mouth and pointed to a spot 1,000 feet away. He said, Those small fragments together should be worth millions of kilograms of ordinary spirit crystals. Bai Qiu looked in the direction Wuxing Crocodile was pointing. After a while, his eyes lit up. There really are fragments. Looking over, on a large rock thousands of feet away, there were dozens of fragments of immortal Lingjing scattered around. Altogether, they weighed about 300 pounds. 300 kilograms of celestial spiritual crystals was equivalent to 3 million kilograms of ordinary spiritual crystals. Although it was of no use to them now, it was still worth a lot if they took it out. Don't look at them. They're useless now. Lin Tiandao shook his head and said, That fragment of immortal Lingjing has been sealed for a very long time. It's already been contaminated by the blood fiend demonic qi. Refining it for cultivation will only do more harm than good. With that, his right hand shook and dozens of golden sword lights shot out, destroying the dozens of fragments of immortal Lingjing. After all, the fragments of immortal Lingjing had already been contaminated. If they were found by someone who didn't know the truth, it would cause harm to others. After that, he looked at Bai Ziki's group and Wuxing Crocodile and said, Let's go. Let's go. Let's go back. Bai Qiu was overjoyed. She had been away from her family for many years, and she was quite homesick. Bai Ziki didn't say anything. He was calm and steady. His eyes shone with a faint light, and he seemed very calm. The group left and followed the path they had taken to enter the immortal mansion, heading toward the exit. Not long after, they crossed several large mountains and saw many other cultivators nearby. There were quite a few experts among them, and their blood energies were very vigorous. These people had been searching for treasures. When they saw Lin Tiandao and the others, they were all shocked. When they looked at Lin Tiandao, their eyes were filled with reverence. It's that guy. A few days ago, he defeated in Lanjing with the primal chaos body. And he also killed several young kings of the central region. These cultivators' hearts palpitated. Some of them even subconsciously shrank their necks and swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. They looked at you as if you were a fiend. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tiandao glanced at her, but didn't say anything. He naturally didn't care about the reaction of these cultivators in this place. Without changing his pace, He stepped out of the immortal mansion whirled with Baiziki and the others. The spiritual energy outside is really poor, Whooshing Crocodile said. The group was now in the central region, where there is a space-time portal leading to the sixth heaven. The space-time portal leading from the fifth heaven to the fourth heaven is located in the wasteland. They need to go from the fifth heaven to the fourth heaven, and then go down from the fourth heaven. Immediately, the group didn't stay in the central region for too long. Their speed wasn't too fast, nor too slow. They headed towards the space-time portal in the wasteland. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. The group appeared in the wasteland, and the spiritual energy in the air suddenly weakened. They naturally didn't care about this. Following the established route, they quickly came to the edge of the wasteland. In front of them, there was a small valley hundreds of meters away. The group walked to the end of the valley and saw a huge stone platform made of unknown material. In the middle of the platform, there was a purple light beam about 30 meters high, intertwined with mystery and majesty. At the same time, the surrounding air was filled with the vicissitudes of life. We're here. Lin Tiandao. This is the space-time portal leading to the fourth heaven. When we reach the Emperor realm in the future, we will no longer need to rely on this space-time portal to pass through the 10 heavens. We can tear the heavenly barrier with a raise of our hand and go wherever we want. Whooshing Crocodile said, "It's not so easy to reach the Emperor realm." Bai Qiu said. Lin Tiandao said, "Don't sigh, let's go." In front of them, the stone platform was magnificent, and the aura of time intertwined with each other. The group stepped on the stone platform and stepped into the space-time portal without any hesitation. For a time, darkness enveloped everything. After an unknown amount of time, the group was shaken out of the darkness one after another and appeared in the fourth heaven. At this time, there was still a stone platform behind them. It's the space-time portal leading to the fifth heaven. After passing through the fifth heaven, they appeared here. We're in this land again. Kidlin, do you want to see that barbarian with king body? Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tiandao thought for a while, then finally shook his head and said, "Forget it, it's nothing special. Let's meet again the next time we come to this heaven. Let's go directly to the space-time portal leading to the third heaven." Whooshing Crocodile nodded. "Okay, let's go." The group flew in the sky. After a few days, they came to the space-time portal leading from the fourth heaven to the third heaven and stepped into it one after another. Immediately, after passing through the darkness, the group appeared in the depths of a stone forest. We're here, the third heaven. Lin Tiandao's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Author's note: Dragon is going to have dinner, then come back and continue writing the third update. Chapter 899. Standing in the depths of this stone forest, Lin Tian was naturally very familiar with this place. He entered the fourth heaven from here. In fact, Baiziki and the others were no stranger to this place. They have all passed through here before. Let's go. Lin Tiandao immediately stepped out of the stone forest. Baiziki, Whooshing Crocodile, and the other two didn't say anything and followed behind him. The ground of this stone forest was a little dry, and the air was also a little lacking in moisture. It was not very refreshing. However, the group clearly did not care about this. They quickly walked out of this stone forest and stepped on the empty air for tens of thousands of feet. This is the barbarian land of the third heaven. Find a top force in the barbarian land and use the teleportation array to go to the other side. Lin Tian said, "The third heaven is divided into two large regions, the prosperous continent and the barbarian land. The two large regions are separated by a vast galaxy. There are many terrifying beasts in the barbarian land that can even swallow great Tao powerhouses. They need to use the teleportation array of a top force in the barbarian land to go to the prosperous continent. This is because the space-time portal from this heaven to the second heaven is located in the prosperous continent. Moreover, there is the Emergence Dao Gate on the prosperous continent. Lin Tian wants to go back to the Emergence Dao Gate because there are people who are very important to him there. You lead the way. Grandpa Crocodile will follow. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded and walked towards the place where the cultivators were more concentrated. This barbarian land didn't have many beautiful mountains and rivers, and the land was very barren. However, the aura here wasn't bad. The group traveled through this barbarian land, asking some cultivators for information. Not long after, they arrived in front of a chain of stone fortresses. Each of the stone fortresses was made from a special type of stone, and there was an extremely thick aura of time intertwining around them. Luo Chuan Immortal Castle. Lin Tiandao by Ziki and the others walked forward. Luo Chuan Immortal Castle is one of the top forces in this barbarian land. It is as powerful as the several dynasties on the other side of the prosperous continent. It has a very long inheritance, a very deep foundation, and many powerhouses. The purpose of Lin Tian and the others coming here was very simple. They wanted to use the space transmission array of this great power to travel from this barbarian land to Xingzhou. The group arrived at this place. After paying a certain amount of lingjing, they quickly stepped onto a tall teleportation platform within the Luo Chuan Immortal Castle. This teleportation platform could directly teleport a cultivator from Luo Chuan Immortal Castle to the Shang continent on the other side. Buzz! The teleportation platform was engraved with all kinds of Dao patterns and array patterns. At this moment, all of them lit up and gave off waves of radiance, enveloping Lin Tianyi and the others. In the next moment, a void crack appeared and swallowed the group of people. Darkness once again enveloped the group. In this kind of darkness, Lin Tian and the others were already used to it. Each of them was very quiet and did not move at all. After that, it didn't seem like much time had passed. With a buzzing sound, light appeared in front of them. A powerful force shook them out of the boundless darkness, and they landed on a barren mountain. Boom! As soon as the 4 people and 1 crocodile appeared, there was a violent surge of demonic aura. A huge, ferocious bird swooped down from the sky towards them. It looked like a giant eagle, and its demonic eyes were dark green. It was obvious that it treated them as prey. What broken immortal castle? They sent us to the mouth of a ferocious bird, and we were treated as targets as soon as we came out. The Wuxing Crocodile cursed. That level of space transmission array can teleport us to this large area of Shangzhou, but the position of coming out from the void is not accurate. It can't be helped when encountering such a situation. Moreover, this is not a big deal. Lin Tian said. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at the giant eagle that was attacking them. The giant eagle that was attacking them was called the Purple Eagle. It was at the peak level of the Zephyr realm, and its demonic aura was very strong. However, at this time, when it met Lin Tian's gaze, it suddenly trembled violently and almost fell from the void. Just by being glanced at by Lin Tian, this ferocious eagle felt the terror of Lin Tian. I'll go to a place first, then I'll go to the second heaven, Lin Tian said. Where are you going? Bai Qiu was a little curious. A Dao sect I have cultivated there before, Lin Tian said. His eyes were intertwined with wisps of light, and he looked at a certain place across the sky. That place was one of the 12 Dao sects of this heaven, the Yuhua Dao sect. Now that he has returned to the third heaven, he naturally has to go back to the Yuhua Dao sect to see the people who are very important to him. Moreover, he is now the sect master of the Yuhua Dao sect, so he should go there. Hearing him say this, Bai Ziki and the others glanced at him slightly, but they didn't ask anything. At that moment, the group soared into the sky, led by Lin Tian, and headed towards a predetermined location. The area of the Shang continent was extremely beautiful. There were mountains and rivers, and the spirit energy intertwined with each other. It was very appropriate for the name Shang continent. The speed of the group wasn't too fast, but it wasn't slow either. Soon they crossed 3 mountains. Hey, Why does that person look so familiar? It does seem a little familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Many cultivators appeared in front of them. Their cultivation levels ranged from the divine pulse realm to the airborne realm. At this moment, when they saw Lin Tianyi and the others, their eyes fell on Lin Tian, and all of them had suspicious expressions. This is... Suddenly, one of the older cultivators stared at Lin Tian's eyes, and his pupils twitched violently. It's him, it's that Lin Tian. There were many cultivators gathered in this place, about a dozen of them. After hearing this, all of their expressions changed. Lin Tian. It's that Lin Tian from a few years ago. It's really that person. It's him. I remember now. It's him. It's that Lin Tian. He's disappeared for a few years, and now he's appeared again. For a moment, all the cultivators in this place revealed shocked expressions. Many people couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Back then, Lin Tian's reputation in this Shen continent was too great. He traveled the world by himself, and when he was still in the airborne realm, he killed several great Dao experts. After that, he destroyed the Golden Flames Dao sect, destroyed the dragon-seeking family, and destroyed the formless immortal sect. He even indirectly caused the top force in this Shang continent, the Seven Luminaries Empire, to come to an end. After a few years, when these people saw Lin Tian appear again, their hearts palpitated and a chill ran down their spines. These people didn't know that Lin Tian left this heaven a few years ago because of the pursuit of the Temple of Desolation. They also didn't know that Lin Tian went to the 4th and 5th heavens in the past few years and made a name for himself. They also didn't know that Lin Tian was now in the 6th heavenly layer of the Great Tao and could easily kill 9th heavenly layer powerhouses. They only knew what happened a few years ago on the Shun continent, and these things alone were enough to make them feel awe and respect for Lin Tian. Baiziki's team of 3 and the 5 elements crocodile possessed very high cultivation bases. Thus, it was only natural for them to be able to hear the voices of the cultivators there. Additionally, they could also see the reverence and fear in the eyes of the cultivators as they stared at Lin Tian. Feeling curious, they turned to look at Lin Tian. "What did you do in this heaven? Why are they looking at you like you're a demon?" Bai Qiu asked. Lin Tian immediately gave her a knock on the head without any trace of politeness. "What demon? Speak properly." "This girl," she said that in the 5th heaven, and in this heaven she said the same thing. "How am I a demon?" Bai Qiu rubbed her forehead and gritted her teeth. "But they are obviously very afraid of you, as if they have seen a ghost." Lin Tian wanted to knock her again, but she dodged. He saw that Bai Ziki, Yang Qi, and Wuxing Crocodile were also looking at him curiously. He didn't hide anything and casually said, "It's nothing. When I was in the airborne realm, I killed a few great Dao cultivators. Then, when I broke through to the immortal realm, I destroyed a Dao sect, destroyed an aristocratic family, destroyed an immortal sect, and indirectly ended an imperial dynasty." After that, he continued, "That imperial dynasty is the one I mentioned to you before, the one that repaid my kindness with enmity." Hearing his words, the trio and the crocodile all stared at him. "Boy, you played quite well. You destroyed a total of 4 major forces in this Shen continent. You are really ruthless." Wuxing Crocodile gritted its teeth. "It's nothing." Lin Tianyi smiled and said, "I have always been like this. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. They provoked me first and wanted to kill me. I just retaliated in self-defense." Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes and didn't say anything. Baiziki and the other 2 were also surprised. They didn't expect that Lin Tian would cause such a big commotion in this Shin continent. These things have happened a long time ago. Let's continue. Lin Tian Dao. Baiziki's team of 3 and the 5 elemental crocodile did not dwell on this matter. Following Lin Tian's lead, they stepped out of this place and headed into the distance, leaving behind a group of cultivators who stared at Lin Tian's departing figure in shock. "That ruthless person in the past, he has appeared again after a few years. I wonder if he will cause a big commotion again. I don't think so. After all, the forces that were hostile to him in this Shun continent have been destroyed. That's right. That's true. It feels like he's obviously stronger than a few years ago. Also, the people with him don't seem to be simple. They all look very powerful. I seem to sense wisps of Tao, law, fluctuations on his body. Moreover, they seem to be purer than the Tao laws of some great Tao experts. What? Tao law fluctuations that are purer than those of great Tao experts? Are you saying that he has stepped into the great Tao realm? How is that possible? It's only been a short time. How can he cultivate so quickly? Staring at Lin Tian's back in the distance, these cultivators were shocked again and again. Lin Tianyi and the others stepped on the void and walked very far away. They had traveled at least tens of thousands of feet. They walked in the void with Lin Tian leading the way. Gradually, their speed became slightly faster. Just like that, several hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a vast group of palaces appeared in front of them. They were located in an immortal mountain and looked very imposing. We're here. A smile appeared on Lin Tiandao's face. Author's note, the third update has arrived. Dragon adjusted and went to write the fourth update. It should be around 1:30 a.m. Chapter 900. The palaces between the immortal mountains were laid out horizontally, causing a faint smile to appear on Lin Tian's face. This was where the Ascension Tao sect was located. After a few years, he had returned. He stood in the sky and looked into the Ascension Tao sect from afar. Inside, there were glorious palaces and special stones. One could see that many plants were intertwined with an extremely dense radiance, revealing a kind of immortal aura. He looked inside and was momentarily lost in thought. "Kid, what are you in a daze for?" Whooshing Crocodile spoke at this moment. He looked at the Ascension Tao sect in front of him and asked, "Is this the sect that you stayed in this realm?" Lin Tian came back to his senses and nodded. "Yes, let's go in." As he spoke, he took the lead and descended into the void 100 feet away from the Ascension Tao sect. He walked towards the Ascension Tao sect. Soon, he led the three of them and the crocodile to the main entrance of the Ascension Tao sect. "Who is it?" The main entrance of the Ascension Tao sect was more than 100 feet tall. It was built with special materials and covered with strange patterns. It was quite majestic. Seeing Lin Tianyi and the others approaching, a disciple guarding the door stepped forward. He was in the Sea of Consciousness realm and had a solemn expression as he asked them in a neither arrogant nor humble manner. At the same time, the other disciples guarding the main entrance also looked at Lin Tianyi and the others. Then, in the next moment, when these disciples saw Lin Tian's true appearance, their expressions changed drastically. Sect Master. The disciple who walked forward spoke as he stared at Lin Tian. His face was filled with disbelief, and his body was trembling slightly. Lin Tian had a faint smile on his face as he nodded slightly at this disciple. Immediately, the disciple's body trembled. He was both surprised and happy. Furthermore, the other disciples who were guarding the gate were also very excited at this place. It's really the Sect Master. It's really the Sect Master. Sect Master, you're finally back. The disciple guarding the gate was extremely excited. He immediately knelt down on one knee and bowed to Lin Tian. Disciple greets the Sect Master. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Sect Master. In front of the main gate, all the disciples who were guarding the gate knelt down and bowed with respect from the bottom of their hearts. A few years ago, when the Ascension Tao School was facing extermination, the head of the formless immortal sect led a group of immortal sect experts to attack, at the same time enticing the Golden Fire Tao School to help, almost destroying the Ascension Tao School. At that time, Lin Tian bluntly rejected the invitation of the head of the formless immortal sect, protecting the entire sect and all the disciples of the sect. After that, the formless immortal sect forced the Ascension Tao School to hand over Lin Tian, or else they would destroy the Ascension Tao School. Lin Tian also took the initiative to request to expel him from the sect in order to maintain the peace of the Ascension Tao School. How could such a friendship not be respected by the disciples of the Ascension Tao School? At that time, the previous sect leader of the Ascension sect, Lu Wuwei, followed Lin Tian's request and expelled Lin Tian from the Ascension Tao School. However, that was just a show for the cultivation world of the Shang, Zhou continent and the formless immortal sect to see. The real situation was that Lin Tianji had temporarily left the Ascension Tao School to cultivate alone. And at that time, Lu Wei had passed down the position of sect leader to Lin Tian. Now, Lin Tian was the new master of the Ascension Tao School, and was also the sect leader that all the disciples of the Ascension Tao School respected. "There's no need for that. Get up," Lin Tian said. "Thank you, sect leader." At this place, the few disciples guarding the entrance to the Ascension Tao School spoke in unison. After hearing Lin Tian's words, they all stood up. Back then, Lin Tian had left by himself in order to prevent the Ascension Tao School from being threatened by the formless immortal sect. Although he had inherited the position of sect leader, he had always been out adventuring and tempering himself. At that time, everything was for the sake of the Ascension Tao School. Now, after a few years, Lin Tian had returned. Furthermore, he had already left behind an illustrious reputation in the Shang, Zhou continent. He had annihilated the formless immortal sect and destroyed the Golden Flames Tao School. Immediately, one of the disciples rushed into the Ascension Tao School and shouted loudly, "Our sect leader is back!" As this disciple rushed into the depths of the Ascension Tao School, he shouted these words. In the blink of an eye, they spread throughout the entire Tao School. "What? The sect leader is back? Really?" Suddenly, the Ascension Tao School was in an uproar. At this time, Baiziki's group of 3 and Wuxing Crocodile all widened their eyes. "You are the sect leader here." The 3 of them and the crocodile were all shocked. Previously, Lin Tian had said that he had cultivated in the Ascension Tao School and wanted to come back to take a look. They didn't think of anything special, but now that they saw such a scene, they were all shocked. Lin Tian was actually the sect leader of this Tao School. "Let's go in," Lin Tian said with a smile. As he spoke, he walked in front and stepped into the Ascension Tao School. Baiziki's group of 3 and Wuxing Crocodile followed behind and also entered the Ascension Tao School. Because of them and Lin Tianyi, the disciples guarding the gate naturally couldn't stop them. Where is the sect leader? Where is he? All the disciples of the Ascension Tao School rushed out. From the outer sect disciples to the core disciples, there was no exception. At the same time, the deacons and ordinary elders of the Ascension Tao School also stepped out and put down the things in their hands. Soon, everyone from the Ascension Tao School saw Lin Tian, and all of them revealed excited and surprised expressions. It's really the sect leader. In an instant, all the disciples of the Ascension Tao School who walked out knelt on one knee. Just like the previous disciples guarding the gate, they bowed to Lin Tian. The group of deacons and ordinary elders also bowed and paid their respects. There wasn't the slightest disrespect in their expressions. "Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, sect leader." Many of these people were much older than Lin Tian, and many of them had entered the Ascension Tao Gate earlier than Lin Tian. However, at this moment, all of them, without exception, had expressions of respect that came from the bottom of their hearts. In the blink of an eye, a group of people knelt down in the Ascension Tao School. Other than Lin Tian, Baiziki's group of 3, and Wuxing Crocodile, not a single person could be seen standing. "Brat Lin, you're good. Not only are you the sect leader here, but your prestige is also so great." Wuxing Crocodile bared his teeth and recovered from his shock. Baiziki and the other 2 calmed down a lot, but they were still a little emotional. After all, the Ascension Tao School was not small, and Lin Tian was actually the sect leader of such a large sect. It was impossible for them to calm down in a short period of time. Lin Tian glanced at Wuxing Crocodile, then looked at the disciples, deacons, and ordinary elders of the Ascension Tao School. Get up. Yes. A wave-like sound rang out in unison. It was very majestic. Then everyone from the Ascension Tao School stood up. At this moment, many people clenched their fists as they stared at Lin Tian, especially those of the same age as Lin Tian. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Lin. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice that carried slight sobs resounded as a gorgeous young woman charged over with a shocking speed. She instantly pounced into Lin Tian's embrace and hugged him tightly as if she'd found a precious treasure that she'd lost for a long time. Lin Tian was slightly moved when he saw the young lady pouncing over. The young lady was dressed in a long dress, and her soft black hair draped over her shoulders. She was like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. When Lin Tian left the Ascension Tao School, it had been several years. She missed and worried about him every day. This was because to her, Lin Tian was her only family in this world. Don't cry, Lin Tian said with a smile. In the Ascension Tao School, he cared about this young lady the most. Beside him, Bai Qiu's eyes widened. However, at this moment, there was no longer shock in her eyes. Instead, there were other emotions mixed with panic and unease. Lin Tian naturally noticed Bai Qiu's abnormal expression. He was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly introduced the young lady, saying, "This is Shui Yi. He saved my life back then." All these years, although he and Bai Qiu did not make any verbal promises or agreements, their relationship was already self-evident. In the future, one would marry the other, so he naturally could not remain silent at this moment. Saved your life? Your benefactor? Bai Qiu sized up Shui Yi. She stood slightly behind Bai Ziki and grabbed a piece of Bai Ziki's clothes tightly. Lin Tian nodded, yes. At this moment, Shui Yi naturally noticed Bai Qiu and the others. She hurriedly let go of Lin Tian, wiped away her tears, and stepped away from Lin Tian. She could guess that these people were Lin Tian's friends, and Bai Qiu was even more unusual. Hello. Her voice was very soft, and she seemed a little reserved. Then, her gaze landed on Bai Qiu. She seemed even more reserved, and her voice was even softer, not much louder than a mosquito's buzz. Hello. Hello. Bai Qiu hid behind Bai Ziki. Her voice was also very soft, completely different from her usual lively and mischievous self. At this moment, the two beautiful young ladies looked at each other with cautious expressions. Seeing the two girls like this, Lin Tian immediately felt even more awkward. Lin Tian. At this moment, a loud laugh rang out. A middle-aged man walked over from afar, and his face was filled with excitement. This middle-aged man was Lu Wuwei, the previous Ascension sect leader, and the person who passed the position of Ascension sect leader to Lin Tian. Sect leader. Seeing Lu Wuwei walk over, Lin Tian broke free from the awkward situation and hurriedly went up to greet him. Lu Wuwei shook his head and said with a smile, "Now you are the sect leader of Ascension sect, and I am the Grand Elder." Lin Tian also smiled. All right, Grand Elder. Now his cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Great Path, and he was almost invincible under the Enlightenment realm. He was much stronger than Lu Wuwei, but when facing Lu Wuwei, he still had the same respect as before. This was because there were some things that had nothing to do with the strength of one's cultivation. Back then, Lu Wuwei had protected him many times and saved his life. Moreover, Lu Wuwei had killed the elders of other sects for him. Lu Wuwei was one of the few people that he respected the most. No matter how strong his cultivation had become, this respect would not change. Lin Tian. Old man, you should call him sect leader. Yes. I'm old and muddle-headed. Welcome back, sect leader. Behind Lu Wuwei were 12 old men. At this moment, they all had smiles on their faces. They were the 12 reclusive elders of Ascension sect. Lin Tian looked at the 12 old men and nodded with a faint smile on his face. Elders, I trust you have been well since we last met. Boom! In the distance, a shocking rumble came from an immortal mountain of Ascension sect. Billowing demonic aura was vast and mighty, and a black dragon rushed over. P.S. I finally finished writing at 2:10 in the morning. I'm sorry for making you wait. Please forgive me. My eyelids have been fighting, and I can't take it anymore. I'm going to rest. Good night, everyone. Chapter 901. A genius will remember love in 1 second. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. The black dragon was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had shrunk its body. However, its demonic aura was still very strong. Lin Tian looked at the black dragon and smiled. Old friend, how have you been? Back when he was chased by the Shrine of Desolation, he had forcefully thrown the black dragon away and let it come to the Ascension Gate. Now that he saw the black dragon again after so many years, he could feel the powerful Tao laws that were intertwined around the black dragon's body. Its cultivation was already in the great Tao realm. The black dragon nodded at Lin Tian and said, How about you? Pretty good. Lin Tian smiled. The black dragon nodded lightly again. It looked at Baiziki and the others and then landed on Shui Ye's shoulder. Back when it was thrown away by Lin Tian, it chased after Lin Tian, but it could not catch up. Then it followed Lin Tian's instructions and came to the Ascension Gate. It had been cultivating here. During this time, after learning about the relationship between Shui Yi and Lin Tian, it often taught Shui Yi cultivation. Dragon? The 5 elements alligator narrowed his eyes as he sized up the black dragon. A strange light flashed in his eyes because the dragon was a rare creature. It had the bloodline of a real dragon in its body. Once this bloodline was activated, it could transform into a real dragon and look down on the world. However, it was also a primordial species and had once reached the peak of Nirvana realm. Therefore, it calmed down in the blink of an eye. In this place, the people of the Ascension Tao sect surrounded the area. Almost all of their gazes landed on Lin Tian. All of them were excited, and none of them left. Even the deacon elders were no exception. Shui Yi and Bai Qiu looked at each other carefully. Occasionally, their eyes met, and they were scared like frightened rabbits. Lu Wuwei had a smile on his face. There was still excitement in his eyes, but it was fainter than before. At this time, he glanced at Baiziki and the others and asked Lin Tiandao, These are your friends, right? Yes, very important friends. Lin Tianshao laughed. After which, he surveyed the surroundings and asked Lu Wuwei, Grand Elder, where's Ling Yin? You went out to train. Ling Yin was also a very important friend of his. Back then, he had come to the Ascension Tao sect because of Ling Yin. Now that he did not see Ling Yin come out, he naturally had to ask. He was taken away by a mysterious man. Lu Wuwei said. What? Lin Tian frowned. Don't worry, that person seems to be Ling Yin's master. He seems to be taking him somewhere to cultivate. Lu Wuwei waved his hand and said, Moreover, that person is very unusual. With my cultivation, I can't see through his cultivation at all. It's unfathomable. Lin Tian was shocked again. That pervert Ling Yin had a master? Moreover, even Lu Wuwei couldn't see the depth of his strength, which made him a little surprised. He knew that Lu Wuwei's cultivation had long been at the level of the Great Path. If even Lu Wuwei couldn't see through that mysterious person, then that person's cultivation must be terrifyingly high, at least above the Nirvana plane. It seems that this perverted bastard used a very strange ability back then. He whispered. Back then, when he went to train with Ling Yin showed a kind of swordsmanship ability that could transform into killing swords that were almost real. Moreover, each killing sword had a different color. At that time, he felt that it was a little strange and felt that the swordsmanship ability was very unusual. Now that he heard Lu Wei mention it, he suddenly understood a lot. Thinking about it, that special swordsmanship ability was taught to Ling Yun by the mysterious man that Lu Wei couldn't see through. This pervert has a good background. He smiled. Around them, the people of the Ascension Gate gathered densely, gradually causing the air to be a little difficult to circulate. Lin Tian glanced at these people and felt that the spirit of these people was very good. At this time, he felt that the spiritual energy fluctuation in the Ascension Gate was many times stronger than when he left. It was shockingly thick. He was a little surprised. The dragon pattern on the soles of his feet spread down and disappeared into the ground. Soon he saw 32 immortal veins in the underground world. They were all shockingly thick, and the spiritual energy rolled up like a light mist, nourishing the entire Ascension Gate. There are 20 more immortal veins than before, he muttered to himself. Then he was moved again and looked at the black dragon on Xue Ye's shoulder. Back then, when he let the black dragon come to the Ascension Gate, he let the black dragon bring many ancient scriptures and Ling Jing to the Ascension Gate. At the same time, he also gave the 20 immortal veins of the 7 luminaries' empire that an old drunkard had captured to the black dragon so that he could break through to the great virtue realm. Now, it seemed that the 20 extra immortal veins in the Ascension Gate should be the 20 immortal veins that he had given to the black dragon. You didn't use those 20 immortal veins? He asked through voice transmission. I don't need them. I can rely on my own cultivation to break through to the great virtue realm. Now I'm already there. The black dragon replied. Lin Tian immediately revealed a bitter smile. The black dragon must have known about his relationship with the Ascension Gate and wanted the Ascension Gate to become stronger. Therefore, he gave the 20 immortal veins that he had given to him to break through to the great virtue realm to Lu Wei. Then he used some secret technique to transplant them under the Ascension Gate so that the Ascension Gate would be enveloped by the spiritual energy that surpassed the empires in this region. It would greatly strengthen the foundation of the Ascension Gate. Moreover, when he transplanted the 20 immortal veins under the Ascension Gate, the black dragon probably didn't tell Lu Wei that he had given them to him to cultivate and break through to the great virtue realm. He looked at the black dragon and didn't know what to say for a moment. After that, he secretly scanned the area with his divine sense. He noticed that the cultivation of most of the deacons and ordinary elders of the Ascension Dao sect had increased greatly. Moreover, among the 12 secluded elders, 10 of them had even reached the great virtue realm. My current strength is stronger than a few immortal sections. I am only weaker than the empires in the Prosper continent. He muttered to himself in his heart. Moreover, he secretly thought that the Ascension Dao sect now had the support of 32 immortal veins, and its foundation was the strongest in this region. In addition, he had asked the black dragon to bring back the ancient scriptures of the 7 luminaries' empire and the ancient scriptures of the other forces. In terms of cultivation methods and divine abilities, the Ascension Dao sect was stronger than the great forces of the empire level. In the future, it would definitely be able to reach the peak of this region and become a Holy Land sect that was far stronger than the great forces of the empire level. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile in his heart. He was now the sect master of the Ascension Gate. To him, it was naturally a happy thing that the Ascension Gate could become stronger. He chatted with Lu Wei and the rest for a while. In the end, Lu Wei spoke and asked the disciples and deacons to disperse. Then he brought Lin Tianyi and the rest to a top divine hall of the Ascension Gate. Many spiritual fruits and immortal tea were displayed. A faint fragrance floated in the air and refreshed one's heart. After so many years, I'm finally back. The 12 hidden elders of the Ascension Gate were also here. At this moment, they were all looking at Lin Tian with emotions. We owe you. A hidden elder looked at Lin Tiandao with excitement and guilt in his eyes. Back then, Lin Tian had protected the Ascension Gate from the sect master of the phaseless immortal sect and the Golden Flames Dao Gate. Then, in order to prevent the Ascension Gate from being threatened by the phaseless immortal sect, he had left and carried everything on his own shoulders. Later on, he had even asked the Black Dragon to bring back a pile of ancient scriptures and Lingjing, causing the Ascension Gate strength to become several times stronger than before. Elder, there's no need to be like this. Lin Tian shook his head and said with a smile, Besides, I'm the sect master. I should do my best for the sect. That's true, but the 12 hidden elders shook their heads. Even Lu Wei sighed and only calmed down after a long time. Stop sighing. Right now, Lin Tian's safe return is the best thing. Lu Wei said and looked at Lin Tian. We don't have to leave anymore, right? We still have to leave. Lin Tian glanced at Bai Ziki and the others and said, We have to go back to another place later. You still want to go? Lu Wei was moved. Shui Yi trembled slightly. Lin Tian was going to leave again? Most importantly, she was an intelligent woman. She keenly caught the word go back in Lin Tian's words and carefully looked at Bai Qiu and the others. Her expression was slightly gloomy. Lu Wei noticed her expression and also noticed the word go back in Lin Tian's words. After looking at Shui Yi, his gaze fell on Bai Qiu again. However, he did not say anything at this time and talked about other things with Lin Tian. While drinking spirit tea, Lu Wei and the 12 hidden elders asked Lin Tian about his experiences over the years. At that time, I heard from Daoist Jiao that you were being chased by someone, and the Supreme Elder went out directly, but unfortunately he couldn't find you. After that, Miss Shui, you went out to look for you every few days. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed. The hidden elder Li Danyan sighed and looked at Lin Tiandao. Fortunately, you are safe and sound. Lin Tian looked at Shui Yi and said, At that time I was lucky enough to escape and went to the 4th heaven, and then to the 5th heaven. You have already gone to the 5th heaven? It seems that you need to reach the half-step Great Tao Realm to reach that level. Li Danyan and the other 11 hidden elders were surprised. Then, when they learned that Lin Tian was now on the 6th step of the Great Tao Realm, they were even more shocked. When Lin Tian left the Ascension Gate, he was only at the Imperial Sky Realm, but now he has reached the 6th heaven of the Great Tao Realm. How long has it been? What kind of cultivation speed is this? Our Ascension Gate is really lucky to have a genius like you. Li Danyan clenched his fists and couldn't help but laugh excitedly. How old is Lin Tian now? But he is already at the 6th heaven of the Great Tao Realm. He is really an absolute, heaven-defying genius. For the Ascension Gate to have such a disciple and such a master, how can it not be a great blessing? Lin Tian smiled modestly and didn't say anything on this point. On this day, he chatted with Lu Wei and the others for a long time in the Divine Hall, all the way until the evening. Immediately after, a sumptuous banquet was prepared to welcome Lin Tian's return, as well as to welcome Bai Ziki and the others. When the banquet was over, it was already midnight. Lu Wei stood up at this time and looked at Bai Ziki and the others. He smiled and nodded, then said to Shui Yi, clean up a room for these friends to rest. After saying that, he looked at Lin Tian and said, Lin Tian, you stay, let's talk alone. P.S. Dragon went to have lunch, cough, cough. You didn't see wrong, he went to have lunch. Speaking of which, he hasn't even eaten breakfast yet, he's tired and hungry. Well, Dragon will continue to write the second update after lunch. It will probably be late. Chapter 902. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second /small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Hearing that Lu Wei wanted to talk alone, Lin Tian was a little curious, but he did not think too much about it. He nodded to Shui Yi, Bai Qiu, and the others, and then left with Lu Wei. They walked along a quiet path and soon arrived at the Ascension Tower. The Ascension Pagoda had a majestic aura. It was made from Luoyan rocks, and there were many mystical patterns engraved on it. It was the symbol of the Ascension Tao Gate, and only the Ascension Gate, Sect Master, and Supreme Elder had the qualifications to enter it. Lin Tian was now the Ascension Gate Master of this generation, and Lu Wei was the Grand Elder of the Ascension Gate Master. Naturally, he could easily enter this place. Grand Elder deliberately avoided the others. What do you want to talk to me about? Is there something very important? Lin Tian asked. Looking at Lu Wei, he was really curious. Actually, it's not very important. Of course, it can be considered a very important matter. In short, I'll talk and you listen. After listening, you can think for yourself. Lu Wei said, "The girl surnamed by who came with you should be one of your lovers, right? I can see that. I called you here to talk to you about Shui." Lu Wei said, "I know most of the things about you and Shui Yi from Lingyan. Shui Yi saved your life, and you brought Shui Yi into the cultivation world. After that, I know more about the various things that happened in the Ascension Gate. Now, Shui Yi is very attached to you. Everyone can see that. When you were chased and disappeared, she went out to look for you every few days. Every time she came back, she was exhausted. Just 2 days before you came back, she came back looking for you. Shui Yi is a good girl. She's very kind. When you left, I took care of her on your behalf and took her in as a disciple. She's been working hard on her cultivation. I know that she doesn't like cultivation. She just wants to become stronger so that you don't have to worry, so that she can help you in the future. To put it simply, she just wants to be closer to you through cultivation. Back then, I took her in as my disciple on your behalf. To be honest, it was my honor to take in a heavenly demon body as my disciple. Now, no matter why I took her in as my disciple, I am her master. So, I hope that my disciple can live a good life and be happy. And her happiness lies in you. Don't think that I'm being sentimental. I'm just stating a simple fact. She has feelings for you. Anyone with a discerning eye can easily see that. Once a girl like her falls in love, it's impossible for her to change her mind no matter what the outcome is. As for you, you cared for her so much. I think that it's not just because she saved you. You probably have feelings for her too." Lu Wei continued, "I don't know if you have feelings for her, but for example, if I ask you to push her into someone else's arms in the future, I don't think you'd be willing, right?" Lin Tian listened to Lu Wei's words. His eyes flashed. Shui Yi was very kind and a very good girl. He naturally knew that if he was asked to push her into someone else's arms in the future, he would definitely not be willing. Lu Wei said, "I know that you already have Bai Yuhua as your lover. However, good men have many beauties since ancient times. It's normal. You don't have to care about this. You should know that even the emperors of the mortal world have 3,000 concubines. You're a heaven-defying demon. How can you lose to a mere emperor of the mortal world?" Lin Tian sat silently at the side. His eyes flickered as he recalled Lu Wei's words. At the same time, he thought about the past. Lu Wei sat opposite Lin Tian. At this time, he did not speak again. He just silently accompanied Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. In the morning, the sun shone on the ground. Traces of the scorching sun fell into the Ascension Tower and shone on Lin Tian's face. Lin Tian stood up and looked at Lu Wei. "I understand." He had a faint smile on his face. It was very warm. "Okay." Lu Wei smiled and nodded. The two of them walked out of the Ascension Tower. Lin Tian temporarily bid farewell to Lu Wei and walked along the small path of the Ascension Gate. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian was preparing to leave the Ascension Gate. Lu Wei, the 12 reclusive elders of the Ascension Gate, and the other elders who knew that Lin Tian was leaving came to send him off. "Sect Master, you don't have to stay in the gate. However, if you have free time, you must come back to the sect more often." Lu Wei said, "Definitely." Lin Tian nodded. At this time, Shui Yi was naturally present. He stood beside Lu Wei, his eyes full of reluctance and a little sad. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Shui Yi with a gentle smile. "Shui Yi, will you leave with me?" After hearing Lu Wei's words 3 days ago, he actually already had an answer. He decided to leave with Shui Yi. Of course, he had already found an opportunity to talk to Bai Qiu about this matter in the past 3 days. Hearing this, Shui Ye's body trembled. He looked at Bai Qiu and said softly, I'll stay in the sect. As he spoke, he lowered his head slightly and clenched the corner of his clothes tightly. Beside him, Lu Wuwei smiled helplessly. Shui Yi go. At this time, he knew very well that Shui Yi really wanted to leave with Lin Tianyi. However, because of Bai Qiu, he did not dare to. I'll go with you, the black dragon said. He shrunk his body and landed on Shui Yi's shoulder. He could be considered Shui Yi's half-master. All these years he had taught Shui Yi cultivation. At this time, he could tell that Shui Yi did not dare to follow. In reality, this was also Lin Tian's idea. Lin Tian had already thought that Shui Yi might be afraid. Yesterday he found him and had him go with them, because Shui Yi was not familiar with Bai Qiu and the others. Even if he was there, he might still feel uneasy. With someone familiar like the Black Dragon, Shui Yi's unease would more or less decrease. Let's go together. Bai Qiu said softly. Shui Yi was actually very strong, but he was very weak when it came to matters of the heart. Even with Bai Qiu's words, he still felt uneasy. In the end, he was forcefully pulled over by Lin Tian. Bai Ziki stood to the side and did not say anything. Back then, in the divine realm of the Bai family, a remnant soul of the Bai family's ancestor had appeared and said that he wanted to betroth Bai Qiu to Lin Tian. At that time, Lin Tian had said that he already had other women. He had heard it clearly. At this moment, he did not know if Shui Yi was the woman Lin Tian had mentioned at that time, but he did not care too much. After all, in the cultivation world, it was normal for men to have more women. He and Bai Qiu's father had more than one wife. What he really cared about was that Lin Tian had to be good to his sister. Lin Tian had indeed done a good job on this point. He saw it very clearly. Of course, the most important thing was that he knew that his sister liked Lin Tian very much and would not let go. After Lin Tian pulled Shui Yi over, he directly pushed him to Bai Qiu. He felt that it was better to let the two women spend more time together than to be sandwiched in the middle. Grand Elder, and everyone will be leaving now. If I have time in the future, I'll come back at any time. He looked at Lu Wuwei, the 12 hidden elders, and the other elders of the Ascension Dao sect here, and said with a smile. Lu Wuwei nodded. Go ahead. Sect Master, don't worry. We old fellows will help you take care of the sect, the hidden elder Li Danyan said. The other elders also spoke, saying that they would do their best to make the sect stronger. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Tian chuckled. As he said that, he stretched out his hand, and a seal appeared. There were dense patterns intertwined on the seal, exuding a faint divine light. This was the low-rank divine weapon he obtained from Duan Ziyuan in the 5th heaven. It's a low-rank divine weapon. This is a divine weapon. I have erased the divine sense imprint on it and temporarily left it as the sect's treasure weapon. He handed the seal to Lu Wuwei. All of a sudden, Lu Wuwei was shocked, and so were the 12 reclusive elders and the other elders. A divine weapon. Its value was heaven-defying. What about you? Lu Wuwei asked. Seeing a divine weapon, even someone like him couldn't remain calm. I still have other divine weapons. Don't worry about it. Lin Tian said with a smile. Okay. Lu Wuwei took the seal, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. At the same time, the 12 hidden elders and the other elders were even more excited. Some of them couldn't help but tremble as they stared at the seal in Lu Wuwei's hand. This was a divine weapon. With such a weapon as the sect's treasure weapon, the strength of the Ascension Dao sect would increase by several times. One must know that even the top powers of the Empire level did not have a sect's treasure weapon of such a level. In other words, with such a divine weapon guarding the sect, they would have absolute confidence and capital even if they were to face the Empire-level powers of this heaven region. Great! The hidden elder Li Danyan said excitedly to himself. Shui, you leaned next to Bai Qiu. Seeing Lin Tian casually take out a divine weapon, she was also a little surprised. Although she hasn't been cultivating for long, she knows the value of a divine weapon. Even the greatest inheritances in the third heaven don't have a divine weapon. After Lin Tian handed the seal to Lu Wuwei, a bright light flashed in his hand and a jade sword appeared. It was about 3 inches long, crystal clear, and engraved with many patterns. He handed the jade sword to Shui Yi and said with a smile, "Use it to protect yourself for the time being." This jade sword was obtained from the great tomb of the great monster saint in the 5th heaven. It was also a low-grade divine weapon. Shui Yi was surprised again, and she was a little embarrassed to accept it. That Lin Tian smiled. Golden light flashed in his right hand, and he directly inserted the jade sword into Shui Yi's sea of consciousness. Now, after so many years, Shui Yi has cultivated diligently. Coupled with the heavenly demon king physique, he has already reached the immortal realm. He inserted the jade sword into Shui Yi's sea of consciousness. In the future, Shui Yi can easily summon it, and of course he can also easily recall it. After that, you can imprint your own divine sense mark on it, so you can better control it, he said. Shui Yi pinched the corner of his clothes and whispered, "Oh!" Lin Tianyi smiled. He looked at Lu Wuwei and the others and said goodbye again. Then he turned around, called Shui Yi, Bai Qiu and the others, and walked out of the Ascension Gate. P.S. This chapter was written from 16 p.m. to 20 p.m. now. Dragon wanted to cry. He felt that many of his hairs had turned white in the past few hours. Dragon continued to write the 3rd chapter. It will probably be around 12 p.m. Chapter 903. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? We will provide you with wonderful novels to read. After bidding farewell to Lu Wuwei and the others, Lin Tian kept a low profile and didn't alert the other deacons and disciples of the Emergence Dao Gate. He quickly left the gate with Shui Yi and Bai Qiu. Love, go little, say W Chu, let's go. Lin Tian Dao. A group of people rose into the air outside the gate of the Emergence Dao Gate, stepping on the void and walking towards a fixed location. Their speed was steady, and after about 9 days, they appeared in an oasis. There was a huge stone platform in front of them, and a purple beam of light stretched across the stone platform. It was the space-time portal from the 3rd heaven to the 2nd heaven. The reason why it took them 9 days to reach this place was actually because Lin Tian wanted Shui Yi and Bai Qiu to spend more time together before entering the 2nd heaven. Otherwise, with their cultivation bases, they wouldn't have taken so long to reach this place. Let's go. He looked at the 2 women, who had already gotten along well with each other, and smiled inwardly as he walked forward. The group followed beside him, and soon they all stepped onto the stone platform, stepped into the space-time portal, and disappeared in an instant. In an instant, darkness enveloped everything, and an oppressive aura interweaved in the surroundings. After an unknown amount of time, the group was shaken out of the darkness and appeared in a large stone forest full of exuberant grass. The air was very fresh. We're finally back. Bai Qiu couldn't help but say with obvious joy in her eyes. She and her brother Bai Ziki's home was in the 2nd heaven. Shui Yi followed beside them, looking very quiet. The spiritual energy in the 2nd heaven is indeed much weaker than the upper heavens. Whooshing Crocodile clicked its tongue. Lin Tian glanced at it and ignored it. Bai Ziki was very calm. Although he returned to the 2nd heaven after leaving home for a long time, his expression was very calm. Only Yang Qi's eyes became deep, and there was obvious killing intent in the deepest part of his eyes. He didn't say anything and silently stepped forward, heading towards the northern region of the 2nd heaven. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed, as did Whooshing Crocodile, Bai Ziki, and Bai Qiu. In the northern region of the 2nd heaven, there were 2 top powers, the Taishan Holy Land and the Myriad Enlightenment Holy Land. These 2 holy lands had taken advantage of the fact that Yang Qi's family had suffered a major setback and had joined forces to destroy the Yang family and take away all of their treasures, except for their treasures and ancient scriptures. And now he was going to exact vengeance. Let's go and destroy them. Whooshing crocodile bared its teeth. Lin Tian had already told him about the destruction of Yang Qi's family. At this time, only Shui Yi and the black dragon on his shoulder were at a loss. They didn't know about this. Bai Qiu leaned against Shui Yi and whispered into his ear, telling Shui Yi what had happened back then. Shui Yi was clearly a little surprised. His mouth opened slightly. "Follow me," Lin Tian said. Without any hesitation, they followed him down the stairs. Shui Yi whispered to the black flood dragon on her shoulder about what Bai Qiu had told her about Yang Qi. The black dragon's eyes flashed. He glanced at Yang Qi and then calmed down again. The group followed Yang Qi. For hours later, they appeared in front of a celestial mountain. Looking around, the mountain was full of vegetation, and in the center was a magnificent palace. Looking from afar, one could feel the intertwining of immortal kernels. Taishan, Holy Land. Bai Qiu whispered in Shui Yi's ear. Shui Yi nodded and stood quietly beside Bai Qiu. Lin Tian stared ahead, his eyes cold. He also had a grudge against the Taishan Holy Land. However, he wouldn't do anything to the Taishan Holy Land today. Compared to the hatred between Yang Qi and the Taishan Holy Land, the grudge between him and the Taishan Holy Land was nothing. The group walked forward with Yang Qi at the front. Soon, they arrived in front of the main gate of the Taishan Holy Land. Up close, the Taishan Holy Land had the aura of the immortal Tao. The main gate was also very extraordinary. It was far from ordinary sections. "Who are you? How dare you come to the Taishan Holy Land?" In front of the main gate of the Taishan Holy Land, a disciple guarding the gate shouted at the group. His eyes were cold and he looked very arrogant. At the same time, the other disciples in front of the main gate of the Taishan Holy Land also looked over coldly. Then, all of a sudden, the disciples' expressions changed. "It's you, Yang Qi of the Yang family. How dare you come here? The holy son of the Bai family, the princess of the Bai family, and Lin Tian. It's you. You killed many of our fellow disciples in the Taishan Holy Land. How dare you come here today? Lin Tian, you Yang family bastard, you're courting death. How dare you come to the founding place of the Taishan Holy Land?" These disciples recognized Yang Qi, Lin Tian, and the siblings of the Bai family. They were very surprised to see the siblings of the Bai family, but most of their gazes fell on Yang Qi and Lin Tian. Their eyes were full of murderous intent, especially for Yang Qi. Yang Qi was the last bloodline of the Yang family. If they did not get rid of him, the Taishan Holy Land would always feel uncomfortable. Therefore, Yang Qi had always been at the top of the Taishan Holy Land's blacklist. "Quick, report to the elders, let's—" Clang! The sound of a weapon was ear-piercing. A treasured sword rushed out of Yang Qi's body. It was Yang Qi's inherited treasure weapon. Poof! 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 In front of the main gate of the Taishan Holy Land, several disciples who were guarding the gate immediately exploded, turning into a mist of blood that floated in the air. Yang Qi was now at the peak of the 4th tier of the Great Tao. The killing light of his inherited treasure weapon could even kill cultivators of the Great Tao in an instant, let alone these ordinary disciples of the Taishan Holy Land who were only in the sea of consciousness realm. Lin Tian looked at Yang Qi. He was no stranger to the treasured sword above Yang Qi's head. Back when he broke into the Bai family, Yang Qi took out the treasured sword from the family tomb and lent it to him. He had used it before. At this time, he knew why Yang Qi had called out this treasured sword. It was not because he was not strong enough, but because he wanted to use his inherited treasure weapon to take revenge. Clang! Above Yang Qi's head, the treasured sword vibrated, and another blade light rushed out, directly cutting the main gate of the Taishan Holy Land into pieces. For a time, the void of this place rumbled, and spatial turbulence poured out, alarming everyone in the Taishan Holy Land. Some cultivators in the rebirth plane looked at this place and came across the sky, roaring, "Who dares to?" Clang! The blade light slashed, cutting off this person's words and directly cutting him into the void. Yang Qi stepped forward and walked through the destroyed main gate of the Taishan Holy Land, calmly and powerfully walking into the Taishan Holy Land. Lin Tian's eyes flashed as he stepped forward to catch up. Yang Qi was one of his most important friends, and even a comrade in arms. Today he came here to witness Yang Qi's revenge. Wuxing Crocodile was next to him, and at this time he looked quite serious. Bai Ziqi's expression was calm as he stepped forward. Bai Qiu and Xue stood together and also entered the Taishan Holy Land looking forward. At this time, inside the Taishan Holy Land, many disciples of the Taishan Holy Land rushed out, all of them holding weapons, cold light intertwining. Yang Qi, the remnant of the Yang family. How dare you break in here? You're looking to die. Saved us the time of looking for you. Many people of the Taishan Holy Land stared at Yang Qi, and all of them sneered, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Clang! The sound of weapons rang out, and the blade light sputtered in all directions. Stepping into the Taishan Holy Land, Yang Qi's steps were steady and powerful, and the blade above his head vibrated on its own, slashing out blade light after blade light. In an instant, the void shattered and collapsed inch by inch. Everything in the surroundings was shattered by the saber light that was slashed out. Puff! 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 Blood mist bloomed like fireworks, appearing in clusters. The group of disciples of the Taishan sect, whose faces were cold and eyes filled with murderous intent, was instantly shattered and disappeared between heaven and earth. Yang Qi stepped forward, and the blade light appeared again. Around him, pavilions and spirit plants collapsed, and the disciples of the Taishan Holy Land exploded one by one, without even a chance to scream. Now that Yang Qi was at the fourth heaven of the Great Path, to these disciples of the Taishan Holy Land, he was a god. Puff! 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 Yang Qi stepped forward, and everywhere he went, blood filled the sky. At this time, many disciples of the Taishan Holy Land who rushed out saw this scene and couldn't help but tremble in fear. How dare you, thief! A cold voice rang out, like a thunderclap exploding in the sky. The current Holy Lord of the Taishan Holy Land walked out, his eyes as cold as knives. He was at the 8th heaven of the Immortal Ascension realm, and beside him were several supreme elders of the Taishan Holy Land, all of whom were at the 9th heaven of the Immortal Ascension realm, and the divine power around them was extremely strong. Remnants of the Yang family. Good, very good. How dare you break in here? One of the supreme elders who came out of the Taishan Holy Land said coldly. At the same time, the other supreme elders stared at Lin Tian and the Bai family siblings. Little beast Lin, you're here too. Very good. Holy son of the Bai family, Princess Bai, you've gone too far by breaking into the Taishan Holy Land. One of the supreme elders stared at Bai Ziqi and Bai Qiu. Today, even if we kill you, the Bai family will have nothing to say. Staring at Bai Ziqi and Bai Qiu, this person did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes at all. Bai Ziqi had the Thunder God constitution, and Bai Qiu was also very important to the Bai family. If they could kill the siblings, it would definitely be a great blow to the Bai family's vitality and affect the Bai family's future. This was naturally a good thing for the Taishan Holy Land. After all, the Taishan Holy Land and the Bai family were both top forces in this heaven domain and could be considered rivals. In this situation, they believed that even if they killed the Bai family siblings, the Bai family could not say anything because the Bai family siblings had broken into the Taishan Holy Land's founding place. Lin Tian stared at these people with a cold smile on his face. Bai Ziqi was very calm. His expression did not change, and he did not say a word. Bai Qiu did not speak either. He just looked ahead. Xue Yi stood beside Bai Qiu and naturally would not speak at this time. Today, I'll bury you here together. The Taishan Holy Lord's cold eyes swept over Lin Tianyi and the others. Finally, his eyes fell on Yang Qi. Kill first, clang. The sound of the saber was ear-piercing. Above Yang Qi's head, the saber vibrated, and a flash of saber light cut off the Taishan Holy Lord's words. With a poof, the Taishan Holy Lord exploded into a cloud of dazzling blood mist. Author's note: the third update has arrived. Well, it's already the morning of the 8th. The dragon can't hold on any longer. He's really worked too hard and his energy can't keep up. He can't continue writing the 4th update. However, the dragon will remember this chapter in his heart and make it up to you in the future. I hope everyone can forgive me. Then, good night, everyone. Chapter 904. The glaring blood mist floated in the air, causing the expressions of all the disciples of the Taishan Holy Land to change. The powerful Taishan Holy Lord had been killed in one blow. The Holy Lord was actually, how is this possible? No, this can't be true. The disciples of the Taishan Holy Land were all shocked. Even the supreme elders of the Holy Land, who were in the 9th heaven of the immortal ascension realm, trembled, their lips trembling. The supreme elders stared at Yang Qi, no longer as cold as before. They couldn't even form a complete sentence. Lin Tian stood in the distance, his eyes cold and his face expressionless. Baiziki and the others were the same. They all knew Yang Qi's strength. Killing an immortal ascension realm cultivator was easier than pulling out weeds. Clang! Yang Qi stood in front of him, and the sound of the saber rang out again. Beams of saber light shot out in all directions. With a pop, a supreme elder of the Taishan Holy Land was hit by a beam of saber light and turned into a cloud of blood mist. At the same time, the other disciples of the Taishan Holy Land were even more fragile. Some of them weren't even hit by Yang Qi's saber light. They just brushed against the saber light and exploded in an instant. Impossible. How can you be so strong? The supreme elders of the Taishan Holy Land trembled. Yang Qi's saber light seemed to be able to destroy everything. Sacrifice to the sect-protecting, killing formation, one of the supreme elders shouted. The supreme elders performed hand seals together and directly opened up a formation pattern in the Taishan Holy Land, spreading out in all directions. With a boom, the Taishan Holy Land was shrouded in dense killing lights, each of which was extremely sharp. Lin Tian looked up. These killing patterns were not weak, but they were not strong either. He could break them with a flick of his finger. However, he didn't move. His expression was indifferent and calm as he quietly looked ahead. Today, he entered the Taishan Holy Land. This was Yang Qi's battlefield. Boom! Inside the Taishan Holy Land, tens of thousands of killing lights rolled out, each of which could easily tear apart Immortal Ascension Realm Cultivator. Our Taishan Holy Land's sect-protecting killing formation. With such a killing formation, even a connecting Immortal Pinnacle expert can be killed in an instant. Even if he is at the half-step Great Tao realm, we have nothing to fear. The group of Supreme Profound Sect disciples coldly said, staring at Yang Qi with cold eyes. The prime elders from the Taishan Holy Land glared at Yang Qi with killing intent. You think you're strong enough to come here and fight us? You think you're so full of yourself? You really think you're infallible? My supreme mystery inheritance. Clang! Yang Qi didn't move, but the saber above his head emitted a blinding saber light that pierced through the dome of heaven. With a crisp sound, the densely packed runes in this space all disappeared, completely obliterated. Suddenly, the group of Taishan Gate disciples and several supreme elders of the Taishan Holy Land all changed their expressions. With just one blow, the sect-protecting array of the Taishan Holy Land had been destroyed. Impossible! Someone shouted. A group of Taishan disciples and several supreme elders of the Taishan Holy Land all trembled, and some even couldn't help but take a step back. Clang! The sound of the saber rang out again, sweeping out in all directions. Poof! 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 Around them, the dense aurora of the broadsword flew and cut down the disciples of the Taishan Holy Land one by one. Even the elders and Taishang elders of the Taishan Holy Land were as fragile as clay chickens and pottery dogs under such broadsword aurora. In the blink of an eye, a large number of disciples of the Taishan Holy Land were killed, and only one of the powerful supreme elders was left. Boom! At this moment, in the depths of the Taishan Holy Land, a powerful divine energy rushed out, and a divine light directly penetrated the sky. The next moment, an old man stepped out of the divine light. His eyes were deep, and his body was surrounded by the fluctuations of the great Tao law. Lin Tian looked up and still didn't show any emotion. The first level of the great Tao. He knew that this person was an ancestor-level figure of the Taishan Holy Land, the strongest person in the Taishan Holy Land. In the Taishan Holy Land, a group of disciples and supreme elders looked over. When they saw this old man appear, they all showed joy. Ancestor! Ancestor, kill him quickly! Ancestor, please do it quickly! The disciples of the Taishan Holy Land cried out. The supreme elder of the Taishan Holy Land also bowed. Ancestor, please kill the last remnant of the Yang family. Clang! The saber above Yang Qi's head shook, and a saber light came out, and it instantly arrived in front of the supreme elder. You, poof! The supreme elder of the Taishan Holy Land exploded, and he died directly. In the sky, the ancestor of the Taishan Holy Land's face turned cold, and the light of the Tao surged around him. He glanced at the bloody Taishan Holy Land, and his killing intent shattered the sky. He stared at Yang Qi cruelly, the last remnant of the Yang family. Today, I will completely destroy the Yang family. I will suppress you. Clang! The saber rang out again, and the saber above Yang Qi's head shone with dazzling divine light, directly interrupting the ancestor of the Taishan Holy Land. The next moment, the saber light flashed like lightning and instantly appeared in front of the ancestor of the Taishan Holy Land. It directly cut him into pieces, and even the divine soul inside was shattered. In an instant, all the disciples of the Taishan Holy Land were stunned. The ancestor was actually... No way. How could something like this be happening? This is a dream. This has to be a dream. One by one, the disciples of the Taishan Holy Land stared blankly, and then their eyes filled with intense fear. Lin Tian stood off in the distance, looking at the Taishan Holy Land and whispering to himself, "It's over." Almost as soon as he finished talking to himself, in front of him, Yang Qi moved for the first time. He raised his hand and grasped the divine saber that had been passed down in his family, slashing out a storm of saber light that covered every corner of Taishan. Poof! 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 A mist of blood burst out, and it was blinding. Not long after that, the entire Taishan Holy Land went silent. All of the disciples of the Taishan Holy Land had been killed. Lin Tian stood off in the distance, watching all of this without saying a word. Next to him, Baiziki and the others were doing the same. Up ahead, Yang Qi put away the divine saber and walked into the depths of the Taishan Holy Land, where he pulled out a few things. Something that was taken from my family. He spoke in a low voice to Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian looked over and saw that Yang Qi had pulled out very few things. They were very simple, just a few pieces of spirit jade and some ordinary divine abilities and magical techniques. He knew that the Taishan Holy Land must have taken a lot of treasures from the Yang clan, but most of the precious treasures and spirit medicines had been used up. Now this was all that was left. He also knew that these things were of no use to Yang Qi at the moment. All they had was his extraordinary will. He patted Yang Qi on the shoulder, but didn't say anything. Yang Qi didn't say anything else. He put away these things, destroyed the rest of the Taishan Holy Land, and left. Lin Tianyi and the others followed silently. Before long, they appeared in another group of immortal mountains. There was a large palace there, just like the one in the Taishan Holy Land, dazzling with gold and jade. Bai Qiu leaned over and whispered in Shui Ye's ear, "The all-enlightenment holy land." "Oh," Shui murmured and looked forward. Lin Tian stood to the side, his expression indifferent, and he didn't say anything. Bai Ziki had always been calm, so naturally he was also very quiet. As usual, Yang Qi led the way toward the palace in the middle of the Immortal Mountain. Soon, the group arrived at the main entrance of the All-Enlightenment Holy Land. "Who is it?" "Yang clan's remnant, Yang Qi." "Lin Tian, you and the Yang clan's remnant dared to appear here. By clan's holy son, by clan's princess, you also quickly report to the elders." In front of the main entrance of the All-Enlightenment Holy Land, the disciples guarding the gate shouted coldly. However, in the next moment, the sound of a blade pierced through the air. Puff, 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 puff. All the disciples guarding the gate died. Yang Qi cut open the main entrance of the All-Enlightenment Holy Land and stepped inside. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent and calm. Bai Ziki and the others also didn't say anything as they silently walked into the All-Enlightenment Holy Land. "Yang Qi, it's you. You dare, ah?" "Yang Qi, you, no." Miserable screams echoed in the All-Enlightenment Holy Land, mixed with fear, shock, and disbelief. This branch's ordinary elders, holy sovereigns, grand elders, and Grand Dao realm old ancestors jumped out one after another, but they were all as weak as ants, killed by Yang Qi one by one. Not long after, the All-Enlightenment Holy Land was destroyed, just like the Supreme Mystery Holy Land. Yang Qi took away the Yang clan's belongings and destroyed everything else. Only then did he leave the All-Enlightenment Holy Land with Lin Tian and the others. Not long after, the group was very far away from the All-Enlightenment Holy Land. "Thank you for accompanying me." Yang Qi rarely spoke like this, speaking to Lin Tian and the others. "You're treating us like outsiders." Lin Tian. Bai Ziki didn't say anything, nodding silently at Yang Qi. Yang Qi didn't say any more words of thanks, bidding farewell to Lin Tian and the others for the time being, and soon disappeared into the horizon. Lin Tian knew that Yang Qi had avenged his family, and this was probably the time to pay respects to his ancestors. "Let's go back too," Bai Qiu said. As she spoke, she looked at the eastern part of the heaven realm with joy in her eyes. Then she huddled together with Shui Yi and whispered something, looking up at Lin Tian from time to time. Lin Tian looked at her. She seemed to be talking about the past with Shui Yi. Then, other things appeared in his mind. "You guys go back first. Shui Yi, you go with Bai Qiu. I have something to do." Lin Tian looked at Shui Yi, Bai Qiu, and Bai Ziki. Bai Qiu frowned. "Where are you going? What are you waiting for? Where are you going?" Shui Yi asked. Bai Ziki didn't know what Lin Tian was waiting for, but he didn't bother to ask. He just glanced at Lin Tian indifferently. "Nothing. Anyway, you guys go back first. I'll go to the Bai clan later." Lin Tian. Bai Qiu wanted to ask something, but in the end, she didn't. "Then come back quickly." She pulled Shui Yi along as she walked towards the Bai family's residence. Shui Yi looked back at Lin Tian and was quickly pulled far away. Bai Ziki glanced at Lin Tian again, but still didn't say anything. He followed Bai Qiu back to the Bai clan. Only the Wuxing crocodile stayed behind. It stood beside Lin Tian and didn't leave with Bai Qiu and the others. "Kid, what are you going to do?" it asked. Lin Tian didn't care that it stayed behind. He looked at a certain place in the heaven realm and said, "I'm going to wipe out a clan. P.S. The second update will be around 1800 hours in the afternoon." Chapter 905. Listening to Lin Tian's words, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. "Don't tell me that you are also carrying a family feud like the sword-wielding brat." "No." Lin Tiandao. His expression was indifferent as he walked in a certain direction. When he fought with Li Guhuang in the fifth heaven, he learned about the conspiracy of the Li family and the Bai family during the marriage. They wanted to quietly erase Bai Qiu's consciousness after the marriage was successful, turning her into a puppet, then destroy the Bai family after giving birth to the chaos body. Then, the chaos body will belong to the Li family, and only the Li family can overlook the world. Although this kind of thing has long become a thing of the past, and the Li family is powerless to achieve it, it is still difficult for him to tolerate it. Now he wants to go to the Li family and destroy it. What's that? Wuxing Crocodile didn't give up and asked curiously. Lin Tian didn't hide it and briefly explained. Suddenly, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. Damn it, so vicious and shameless? How dare you play such a trick? Lin Tian didn't say anything. He stepped on the void and walked towards the place where the Li family was established. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. In front of him was an unbroken chain of mountains. They were beautiful and tall, and at the very center was an unbroken chain of palaces. Moreover, there was a floating island that flickered with a faint light. Occasionally, a few red-crowned cranes would fly past, and they carried a faint immortal aura. Is it here? Wuxing Crocodile gritted his teeth. Lin Tian nodded and didn't say anything else. He stepped forward and walked forward. Soon he walked to the middle of the mountain range and arrived in front of the gate of the Li family. Looking at it from a close distance, the main gate of the Li family was thick and solemn. It was forged with strange stones, and it was 3 meters wide and high. It was surrounded by a faint aura of vicissitudes of life. Obviously, it had existed for at least 10,000 years. At this time, there were 4 cultivators on the left and right sides of the main gate of the Li family. There was also a person in the middle, who was the gatekeeper of the Li family. These gatekeepers are all descendants of the Li family. Their strength is not as good as the direct descendants of the Li family, but the difference is not much. Lin Tian walked to this place, but his pace did not change. He walked forward step by step. Outside the Li clan's main gate, the 9 disciples guarding the gate saw someone approaching their clan's territory, and their faces instantly turned cold. However, their expressions quickly changed when they saw Lin Tian's face and remembered Lin Tian. Lin Tian, it's you. After disappearing for so many years, you actually appeared again. How dare you barge into my Li clan's territory? How dare you? These Li family disciples were shocked and angry. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they reprimanded Lin Tian and retreated. It has been several years since Lin Tian started cultivating in the second heaven, but Lin Tian's fierce reputation is still hard to forget. At this moment, seeing Lin Tian appear again, even in their own territory, these Li family members were still afraid. You're shouting so fiercely. Why are you retreating? Wuxing Crocodile mocked. You, demon beast! You and Lin Tian will die today. The few gatekeeping disciples gritted their teeth and shouted. They pointed the spears in their hands at Lin Tian and slowly retreated. Quickly informed the elders and the patriarch. One of them said. At the same time, the other disciples also followed behind, not daring to face Lin Tian alone. Clang! The sound of swords clanging could be heard as more than a dozen sword rays flew over. Puff! 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 The Li family's gatekeepers all exploded, and they didn't even have time to shout, Lin Tian is here. At the same time, the main gate of the Li clan collapsed with a loud bang, shattering under Lin Tian's sword momentum, shaking the sky full of smoke and dust. For a time, within the Li clan, the disciples who were closer to the main gate were shocked, and their faces all changed. What's going on? Who destroyed the main gate? What the hell? Who is the one who accidentally created it while cultivating a divine ability? Many of the Li clan's disciples cursed. They never thought that an enemy would dare to break into the Li clan's residence. At this time, in the billowing smoke and dust, Lin Tianyi stepped out step by step and walked into the Li clan, Wuxing Crocodile floating beside him. Suddenly, the Li clan's disciples all changed their faces. Lin Tian, you're the one who destroyed the main gate of our clan. You're courting death. How dare you? How dare you? The Li clan's disciples roared, and their killing intent soared to the sky. Moreover, among them there were a few elders of the Li clan who were in the Zephyr realm who directly attacked. They worked together to support the Li clan's powerful theurgy, suppressing the shocking killing light, covering the surrounding space, and pressing down on Lin Tian like a sea of light. After disappearing for a few years, you've become more daring than before. How dare you look down on the Li clan? A powerhouse at the peak of the Zephyr realm said. With a rumbling sound, more than 10 powerhouses of the Li clan attacked, completely covering the surrounding space. Whooshing Crocodile jumped beside Lin Tian and sneered, "How dare you be so arrogant when you're worse than ants?" As it spoke, the wings on its back flapped, and there were traces of demonic light flickering. "Don't move, I'll do it," Lin Tian said. Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips, but it still retracted its demonic power in an instant. In fact, it also knew that this was Lin Tian's battlefield now. At this time, the Li clan's theurgy and mystic arts were already in front of him, and the powerful fluctuations distorted the void. Lin Tian didn't move at all. Majestic sword power rushed out of his body, turning into a sword wave and rippled outward like a ripple. Hiss! 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 The divine abilities and secret techniques executed by the members of the Li clan were all blasted away. At the same time, space collapsed inch by inch wherever the sword wave passed, and anyone that was struck by it was instantly transformed into a bloody mist. Puff! 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 In the blink of an eye, with Lin Tian as the center, everything within a radius of 70 feet was destroyed, including people and objects. At this time, his surroundings had turned into a desert-like land. Just one look at it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? 70 feet away, the Li clan's disciples were all frightened. Even those who were at the pinnacle of the flight realm were no exception. He didn't move at all. Just the sword force that rushed out of his body had caused such a terrible result. What kind of strength was this? This is impossible. A half-step to Immortal Ascension realm elder of the Li clan was shocked and couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Tian stepped forward, and from the front gate of the Li clan, he advanced step by step into the Li clan. There was no expression on his face. He looked at the Li clan's disciples as if he was looking at ants, indifferent and emotionless. With a clang, a sword wave swept out and rushed forward. Puff! 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 Wherever the sword wave passed, the Li clan's physical body was completely destroyed, and the Li clan's disciples were crushed one after another. After the sword wave passed, he stepped forward again, and strands of dragon patterns rippled out from the soles of his feet. Suddenly, the Li clan's ground in front of him seemed to have experienced a regional earthquake. It directly collapsed and gravel flew everywhere. At the same time, none of the Li clan's disciples who lived in that area survived. They all turned into mist. This can't be true. How can he have such strength? This is impossible. Reporting to the Patriarch and the Grand Elders. Many of the Li clan's disciples exclaimed. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He stepped forward like an immortal demon. With one step, the dragon patterns turned into ripples and surged forward again. Puff! 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 The Li clan's ground collapsed, and the Li clan's disciples exploded one after another. Soon, the entire Li clan was alarmed. Many powerhouses in the flight realm rushed out, and beams of divine killing light flew toward Lin Tian. However, these divine killing lights were too weak. They couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Tian's clothes. When they were still a few feet away from Lin Tian, they were completely shattered by the divine power waves emitted by Lin Tian. Lin Tian took another step forward, and the Li clan's earth veins shook. Another large number of Li Clan's powerhouses exploded and disappeared. Boom! At this time, several powerful auras rushed out. The Li Clan's patriarch and the 6 grand elders of the Li Clan appeared together. They all rushed to this place. These 7 people all had vigorous blood qi, and the divine power waves outside their bodies were extraordinary. They were enough to be kings in the immortal realm. Lin Tian, it's you, you beast. How dare you show up? The Li Clan's patriarch's eyes were extremely vicious. Back in the Bai clan, Lin Tian relied on the killing array to kill 9 immortal realm elders of the Li clan who went to the Bai clan, causing the Li clan to suffer heavy losses. More importantly, because of Lin Tian, the marriage alliance between the Li clan and the Bai clan was completely ruined. He ruined the Li clan's plan to seize the descendant of chaos and truly look down on the world. This made him extremely resentful. We didn't kill you when we were near the space-time portal to the 3rd heaven. Today you must die. A grand elder of the Li clan also spoke. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the Li clan's patriarch and the 6 grand elders of the Li clan. His eyes instantly became extremely cold. The Taiyin and Taiyang gave birth to the descendant of chaos, obliterated the consciousness of the Taiyin and turned it into a puppet, annihilated the Bai clan, and the Li clan dominated the 10 heavens. He stared at the 7 people and said in a cold voice, "Back then it was you scum who schemed." Hearing Lin Tian's words, the bodies of the Li family's patriarch and the 6 supreme elders of the Li family immediately trembled as their expressions changed. "You, how did you know?" The Li clan's patriarch couldn't help but cry out. At the same time, the 6 grand elders of the Li clan beside him also turned pale with fright. Although this matter had long been in the past, it had always been the top secret of the Li clan. Only the core members of the Li clan knew about this. How did Lin Tian know about this matter? Lin Tian stared at the 7 people with cold eyes. A majestic aura erupted from his body and spread out with a loud bang. Bang! 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 The Li clan's patriarch and the 6 grand elders of the Li clan were all sent flying. Each of them coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and rolled in the distance. At the same time, some of the Li clan's disciples who were closer to them exploded and died tragically. Blood splattered everywhere. "Your power! How did you?" The Li clan's patriarch and the others coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. At this time they were all shocked. With their cultivation levels, they could be considered emperors in the immortal realm. But now they couldn't even withstand Lin Tian's aura. They were sent flying while coughing up blood. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and his words were even colder. "I won't kill you for now. I'll let you watch as I destroy your Li clan. Finally, in front of you, I'll turn your Li clan's foundation into rubble and dust." As he spoke, he took a step forward, and the sword light swept out in all directions. P.S. That's all for today. The dragon needs to adjust its energy before it can unleash more attacks. Chapter 906. The ice-cold sword light swept out in all directions like a wave of swords. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Pooh! 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 Blood mist exploded as the Li family disciples were crushed by the sword light. Blood splattered all over the ground. Lin Tian took a step forward, and ripples spread out from under his feet. With him as the center, the ripples spread out rapidly in all directions. In an instant, as the ripples passed, the Li family's pavilions collapsed one after another. Strange stones cracked, strange flowers shattered, and Li family disciples exploded. The scene was terrifying. "Damn it! Bastard! Stop it! Attack together! Kill him!" The Li family patriarch and the Li family's grand elders were shocked and angry. The 7 of them attacked at the same time, supporting the Li family's 10,000 kills divine sword, Treastrimsa divine light pagoda, grinding deity Tao devouring wheel, and other core grand techniques. They sealed every inch of space around them and pressed down on Lin Tian mercilessly. Die! The Li family patriarch shouted, his eyes filled with venom. With a rumbling sound, the 7 people's killing lights merged together. The power was shocking, and cracks appeared in the void. So strong! No problem, we can kill him. After a few years, although he has become more powerful than before, when faced with the joint attack of our clan's patriarch and several supreme elders, no matter how powerful he has become, he can only be executed. In the surroundings, the voices of the Li clan disciples were filled with venom. At this moment, they were staring at Lin Tian as if they were staring at a corpse. At this time, the killing lights of the Li family patriarch and the others were close to Lin Tian, and they were already in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was cold, and he did not move at all. Chi, chi, chi. He only released a trace of his divine power, and the killing lights of the 7 Li family experts in front of him were like ice in the face of the ultimate fire, and they were directly annihilated. In an instant, the Li family patriarch and the Li family's grand elders were all shocked. They had used all their strength to activate the core grand techniques of their family, but it was completely useless. Lin Tian did not even move, and he shattered all the approaching grand techniques. How is this possible? The family head and grand elder are both powerful enough to be called emperors in the immortal realm, but now their mistakes are actually so easily. All the Li family disciples were shocked. Clang! The sound of a sword chime rang out, extremely ear-piercing. Faint, golden divine light intertwined around Lin Tian's body, and a golden rain of swords swept out in all directions. All of a sudden, all the members of the Li family were in great trouble. No one was able to block the sword light that swept past them. Even the cultivators at the peak of the airborne realm were as weak as ants. They did not even have the chance to scream. Clang! Another sword chime rang out. Lin Tian took a step forward. A large number of Li clan disciples were swept by the sword light and died immediately. At the same time, in the Li family, even more pavilions and halls were torn apart and collapsed, causing smoke and dust to fill the sky. Damn it! Sacrificial killing array. Sacrifice our clan's clan protecting killing formation. A Li clan grand elder roared. In the next moment, the Li family head and several grand elders made a move together. Light intertwined and formed a few special hand seals. For a time, along with a loud rumble, dense formation markings appeared in the sky within the Li clan. They sealed off the surrounding space and absorbed the spirit energy in all directions. In next to no time, they transformed into numerous shocking killing lights that swept through the sky. Our clan's protecting formation. Even if the strongest cultivator at the peak of the immortal realm comes, it will be cut down like tofu. With the family head and several grand elders activating it together, there will be no problem this time. We can easily crush this beast to death. The Li family disciples had hope again. The Li family head roared and used all the divine power in his body to activate his clan's protecting formation even more. Die! The word die came out of his mouth, cold and ruthless. Moreover, the grand elders of the Li family were also activating the protecting formation with all their might, making the killing light emitted by the formation even more terrifying. In an instant, within the Li family, cold killing intent intertwined in every corner. Then, with a boom, under the Li family head and several grand elders' will, all the killing light slashed toward Lin Tian. It was as if the killing light had condensed into an ocean, and the scene was somewhat terrifying. However, in the next moment, when these shocking killing lights were about 10 feet away from Lin Tian, they all stopped and could not cut down. What's going on? Why can't they cut down? The Li family head and several grand elders' expressions changed. No matter how they activated, the killing light could not be suppressed. They stared at Lin Tian. At this moment, there was fear in their eyes. The powerful protecting formation was activated by the 7 of them, but it did not pose any threat to Lin Tian at all. You! The 7 people's voices were trembling. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He glanced at them, and a wave of divine power spread out from his body. For a moment, there was a sizzling sound, and the killing light that approached him all shattered, turning into starlight and dissipating. He stretched out his hand and flicked his finger. A wisp of soul light flew out and shot directly above his head. Crack! With a crisp sound, the Li family's protecting formation shattered on the spot. How can this be? The 7 Li family experts cried out at the same time. Their family's protecting formation had existed for an incomparably long time. Once activated, it could confine space in all directions and easily kill an expert at the peak of the connecting immortal realm. Even if an ordinary early-stage Great Tao expert barged in, it would be enough to cut off half of his life. But now it was destroyed by Lin Tian with a flick of his finger. At the same time, the other Li family disciples were even more shocked. All of them were stunned at this moment. Clang! The sound of swords flew and sounded again. Then, accompanied by the sound of swords, a bloody mist exploded again. Dozens of Li family disciples died tragically on the spot. Lin Tian stepped forward like a demon. With a single step, the sword hummed and a bloody mist rose. When he was still cultivating in this world, the Li family had targeted him several times. From the leader of the family to the ordinary disciples, all of them wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Then, when he went to the 3rd heaven, the Li family joined forces with the Taishan Holy Land and the Wantong Holy Land to ambush him near the space-time portal leading to the 3rd heaven, almost causing him to suffer. Most importantly, this bloodline had once plotted against Bai Qiu, which infuriated him. So, how could he show mercy to this bloodline? Kill them all! Kill them all! Kill them all! Puff! 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 Blood splattered, and the Li family disciples fell one by one. The Li family's patriarch and several supreme elders of the Li family roared in shock and anger. They rushed towards Lin Tian, but the next moment they were all sent flying. Each of them coughed up blood, and their ribs were broken. And this was Lin Tian's mercy. He wanted these people to see with their own eyes how he disintegrated the Li family. Let them suffer, let them regret, and then kill them. He stepped into the Li family, and no one could stop him. Wherever he passed, a bloody mist continued to explode. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful divine energy rushed out from the depths of the Li family. An old man in a luxurious robe ascended to the sky and strode towards them. Old ancestor, you finally came out of seclusion. Old ancestor, you have successfully broken through. The Li family's patriarch and several supreme elders of the Li family were overjoyed. At the same time, the ordinary disciples of the Li family were incomparably excited. At this moment, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They knew very well that the old ancestor of their bloodline was very powerful. He was a great figure who could really look down on the 2nd heaven. The Li family's old ancestor stepped forward. His body was intertwined with extremely dense Tao radiance. It was obvious that he had just broken through a small realm. At this moment, he was at the 3rd small realm of the Great Path realm. He was like a fairy that was born. His eyes were cold and carried a kind of great majesty. He glanced at the destroyed Li family, and his eyes suddenly became even colder as he stared at Lin Tian. My Li family has been passed down for so long, and it's already enough. Get down! A cold voice sounded, directly interrupting the Li family's old ancestor. At the same time, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck his body, causing him to fall from the sky with a bang. After falling to the ground, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Old ancestor. What happened? Everyone in the Li family was shocked. The Li family's old ancestor rolled down from the sky. At this moment, he was no longer as majestic as before. The gaze he used to stare at Lin Tian was no longer cold. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of horror. He had just come out of seclusion and stepped into the third heaven of the Great Path Realm from the second heaven of the Great Path Realm. His strength had increased greatly. However, he was shaken by Lin Tianyi's cold shout and fell from the sky, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. What kind of power was this? He stared at Lin Tian, shocked and horrified. "You, Clang!" Lin Tian raised his hand, and a towering sword light slashed out at an extremely fast speed. With a puff, the Li family's old ancestor exploded. Even his spirit couldn't escape, and he was destroyed in a single strike. Instantly, everyone in the Li family was truly shocked, including the Li family's patriarch and the few grand elders. They all trembled violently. Old ancestor. It's just one strike, and he— No! This can't be real. It can't be real. I must be dreaming. It must be. The disciples of the Li family were all trembling. Their clan's old ancestor, a Great Path Realm cultivator, was actually killed by Lin Tianyi with a single strike today. The Li family's patriarch and the few grand elders stared at Lin Tian. At this moment, they couldn't say a single word, only fear filling their faces. Clang! The sound of the sword rang out again, sweeping out in all directions. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. Faint, golden divine light intertwined around his body, turning into sword light that swept out. Pooh! 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 Bloody mist kept exploding. At the same time, more pavilions in the Li family collapsed, and stalks of immortal herbs were also crushed. The disciples of the Li family were all trembling. At this moment, their hearts were all crushed by Lin Tian's invincible power. Facing the current Lin Tian, there was only fear and despair left in their eyes. Such a powerful Lin Tian. Even their clan's old ancestor was killed in one strike. Who else in the Li family could stop him? No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Some of the disciples of the Li family screamed in fear and fled madly out of the Li family. And with the first, there would naturally be a second. Gradually, all the disciples of the Li family who were still alive all rushed out of the Li family. Many of them fell several times in the process of escaping, then got up and ran again. Their faces were all pale with fright. P.S. Today's third watch is to make up for the fourth watch on the 7th of this month. Chapter 907. Lin Tian stood in the Li family. Seeing the Li family disciples escape, he did not do anything. He did not stop them at all. However, at the next moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out. The person at the front who was charging out of the Li clan collided head-on with a formation pattern, directly triggering dense bolts of lightning. In an instant, his body was struck to pieces, and then it directly burned. In an instant, all the Li family disciples who were rushing out stopped and stared at the array pattern in front of them. Their expressions changed. This is... No, it's not our clan's array pattern. We're trapped. All the Li family disciples were terrified. The Li family patriarch and several grand elders stared at the void outside the Li family that was already covered with array patterns and trembled. You! They trembled and stared at Lin Tian in shock, fear, and anger. Obviously, they had guessed that this was Lin Tian's doing. Lin Tianling looked at them emotionlessly. With a thought, a large amount of divine light rushed out of his body again, turning into rays of golden sword light that slashed in all directions. Uft! 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 In an instant, the blood mist exploded again like demonic blood lotuses, making people's hearts palpitate and chill. His gaze was cold. He just stood there, and the sword light that rushed out of his body clanged on its own, slashing in all directions. Because the Li family disciples had been sealed by the dense array patterns outside the Li family, they could not escape and could only hide inside the Li family. They all screamed in fear. In reality, the array patterns outside the Li family were naturally carved by Lin Tian. Among them were the sealing array patterns and the thunder-killing array patterns. They were all 6th-level array patterns, and the power of space lock and attack merged into one. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Who can save us? Some of the Li family disciples shouted in fear. Lin Tian's gaze was cold, and his attacks were even more ruthless. The sword light swept out, crushing and killing the Li family disciples one by one. Uft, uft, uft. The blood mist continued to explode as all the Li family disciples fled in panic. The gaze that they used to look at Lin Tian as if he was a dead man was no longer there. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. Other than that, they could not see anything else. Lin Tian saw everything, but his attacks were still merciless. Waves after waves of sword qi flew out like the god of death. He would never show the slightest bit of mercy to his enemies. Bastard! Stop! A Li family grand elder roared with bloodshot eyes. These were all disciples of the Li family, the foundation of the Li family. Lin Tian tilted his head to look. His divine power vibrated, and with a bang, this Grand Supreme Elder was sent flying. Immediately after, a ray of sword light fell, cutting this person into pieces, and he died on the spot. The other Li family grand elders stared at Lin Tian with fear in their eyes. However, there was also deep hatred in their eyes. Damned thief Lin! Don't be complacent, just you wait. My son has the Sun King physique. Today, the Li family is in trouble. When my son returns, he will definitely avenge us. He will never let you reincarnate, and he will kill everyone related to you. The Li family patriarch roared. In the entire Li family, he hated Lin Tian the most. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the Li family patriarch coldly. Sun King physique? Li Gu Huang? As he spoke, the divine power in his body vibrated. A golden ray rushed out and directly sent the Li family patriarch flying. He crashed into a distance and spat out a mouthful of blood. How do you think I found out about your vicious scheme against the Bai family? Other than you, who else knows about this? Hearing Lin Tian's words, the Li family patriarch was shocked. The other Li family grand elders' expressions also changed. Apart from them, Li Gu Huang was the only one who knew about this matter. You, Huang Er told you. Impossible. How could he tell you about this? The Li family patriarch shouted. Lin Tian glanced at him. Divine light surged, and with a bang, he sent the Li family patriarch flying again. If he didn't tell me, I wouldn't know. His eyes were cold as he looked down at the Li family patriarch and the grand elders. Are you waiting for him to avenge you in your next life? Or the next life after that? I came back this time to send you to see him. As soon as he said this, everyone in the Li family patriarch's expression changed. The meaning of this sentence couldn't be more obvious. Li Gu Huang was dead, and he was killed by Lin Tian. At this time, even the Li family's ordinary disciples who were terrified and in despair couldn't help but look at Lin Tian. They were all shocked. The Holy Sun was, how is this possible? The Holy Sun's strength is unparalleled. How could he be killed? These people were shocked. Their Li family's Holy Sun had the great Sun King physique, one of the strongest physiques among the 12 king physiques. His combat strength was unparalleled, and his bloodline was extremely powerful. He could transform into a divine sun and burn the heavens. How could he die in battle? The Li family's patriarch and a few grand elders stared at Lin Tian with venomous gazes, speaking such rubbish. How ridiculous. Even the whooshing crocodile couldn't help but stare at him. Before, Lin Tian told it about the Li family's vicious plot against the Bai family, but he didn't mention the final battle with the great Sun King physique. At this moment, Lin Tian said that he had killed Li Gu Huang, which really surprised it. Brat, you really killed the great Sun King physique? When did this happen? It had heard of this name in the 5th heaven. At that time, it was Yang Qi who mentioned it. It also knew that it was Lin Tian's mortal enemy, but after that, it didn't seem to have seen Lin Tian fight with the Sun King body. Humph. The Li family patriarch stared at Lin Tian with a sneer. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said sarcastically, "This is really ridiculous. My son has an extraordinary heroic physique and a king physique. How dare you say that you killed him?" Ah! A burst of divine energy rushed out of Lin Tian's body, turning into a giant hand of divine light. With a slap, the Li family patriarch was sent flying. "Extraordinary heroic physique and a peerless king physique. Is this your Li family's self-proclaimed title?" he said coldly. His eyes were emotionless, and with a trace of coldness he flicked his hand and swept out a divine sense engraving map. On it were intertwined images, clearly showing the scene of him crushing Li Guhuang's divine soul. For a time, the entire Li family patriarch was dead silent. All eyes fell on the divine sense engraving map released by Lin Tian, and all the cultivators of the Li family couldn't help but tremble. He really killed the great Sun King physique? The Wuxing crocodile was surprised. Although it didn't doubt Lin Tian's words from the beginning and knew that Lin Tian wasn't the kind of person who would boast, it still couldn't help but be shocked when it saw the divine sense engraving map released by Lin Tian with its own eyes. The great Sun King physique, even among the 12 king physiques, was a very strong physique. Now, Lin Tian actually killed the great Sun King physique. However, it calmed down in the blink of an eye. Thinking about it, Lin Tian almost killed the chaos physique of the 9 heavens of the great path in the immortal mansion world. Killing the great Sun King physique didn't seem to be a big deal. The Li family patriarch and the others trembled. The Li family patriarch's eyes were red, and his eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. He screamed at Lin Tian, "It's fake! My son is invincible in his generation. How could you kill him? You made this up." Bang! Lin Tian withdrew the divine sense engraving map. A golden divine wave rushed out of his body and swept the Li family patriarch away with a bang. "No, it can't be. Impossible. My son won't die. He won't die." The Li family patriarch's eyes were as red as blood, and his hair was disheveled as he roared. At the same time, the Li family's grand elders were also trembling. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he stared at the Li family patriarch and the Li family's grand elders. His gaze was cold and emotionless. He displayed the divine sense engraving that killed Li Guhuang with only one purpose: to let the people of this bloodline see how the great Sun King physique they were so proud of died so tragically, to make them feel terrible and truly despair. And now the effect was obviously not bad. He flicked his finger lightly, and a golden light flew out in the form of a sword light, directly crushing the Li family patriarch's head. "Patriarch!" The Li family disciples cried out in horror. How could this be? "Oui. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This is a dream. A dream. Wake up." The Li family disciples were terrified. Lin Tian stepped forward, and more dragon patterns rushed out from the soles of his feet. At this time, he used the dragon burial scripture to forcefully shatter the restrictions outside the dense spirit veins under the Li family's ground. Then he also shattered these spirit veins together, using the power of these spirit veins to evolve a large amount of killing light. The killing light rushed up and enveloped the entire Li family. Uft, uft, uft. The blood mist kept exploding, as if there were blood-colored fireworks blooming in the Li family. The scene was terrifying and horrifying. After that, in the blink of an eye, besides the few supreme elders of the Li clan, all the disciples of the Li clan had died. Blood splattered all over the ground, and it dyed all the immortal herbs and strange stones red. The few grand elders of the Li family who were still alive trembled incessantly. When they saw the scene around them and the ruined land of the Li family, all of them went mad like injured beasts. Their faces became incomparably ferocious like malicious spirits. "Lin Tian, you deserve to die, bastard. Our Li family has been passed down for more than 10,000 years. How dare you destroy our Li family like this, you evil demon, sinner for all eternity. The Li family's grand elders roared and pounced on Lin Tian crazily. Lin Tian was as unmoving as a mountain. Divine power spread out and sent them flying. The Li family's people spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their hair was already disheveled, but their eyes were even redder, and their faces became even more ferocious. Thief Lin, I curse you! You'll die a horrible death. Lin Tianlung snorted, his expression cruel and merciless. If curses were effective, there wouldn't be any war in this world. Staring at these people, he slowly rose into the air and rose into the sky hundreds of feet above the Li family's ground. With a buzz, the reincarnation diagram rushed out from behind him. The divine and holy aura immediately spread in all directions. Then the light of laws emerged from his body and rushed toward the reincarnation diagram. In the blink of an eye, it merged with the reincarnation diagram, forming his most powerful divine technique now, the Great Tao reincarnation diagram. His expression was cold. With a thought, the Great Tao reincarnation diagram pressed down, enveloping all the Li family's grand elders. Boom! In an instant, the Li family's grand elders were directly crushed into a bloody mist. Then the Great Tao reincarnation diagram exploded in the Li family. Destructive divine power spread out, instantly collapsing all the Li family's ancient buildings, leaving a huge pit with a diameter of 400 feet in the center of the Li family. P.S. Second update. Dragon is going to write the third update. It'll probably be a little late, around 22 p.m. Chapter 908. The huge pit with a diameter of 40 meters was a little scary, surrounded by wisps of sand and dust. It looked a little shocking. At this time, the Li family was truly destroyed. Nothing could be preserved. Even some grass and plants were reduced to ashes. You destroyed an ancient family in anger for a woman. Very good, very good. The whooshing crocodile clicked its tongue. Lin Tian glanced at it and ignored it. He glanced at the Li clan's land, which had been completely destroyed. He didn't stay any longer. He turned around and walked through the void toward the eastern part of the heaven. The Bai clan was established in that area. His speed was neither fast nor slow. When the sky was about to darken, he finally arrived at the main gate of the Bai family. The Bai family was located in a stretch of mountains. The main gate was solemn and magnificent. There were guards on both sides of the gate. Each of them was holding a spear, and their vitality was very strong. When they saw Lin Tian appear, they were shocked at first, then hurriedly greeted him. "Young master, please enter the family. The ancestor, the patriarch, the elders, the holy son, the princess, and the others are all waiting for you." One of the Bai family's disciples said. He was at the early stage of the Sea of Knowledge. Bai Ziki, Bai Chiu, and Shui Yi had already arrived at the Bai family's residence. They told the disciples, guarding the gate, that Lin Tian would come over later. After seeing him, they should immediately invite him into the family. After Lin Tian broke into the Bai family alone, the relationship between Lin Tian and the Bai family became harmonious. The younger generation of the Bai family changed from hatred to admiration for Lin Tian. After all, to be able to break into the family for the holy son and princess of their family, this friendship was comparable to the sky. It was also after that the Bai family tacitly approved the relationship between Lin Tian and Bai Chiu. They had already regarded Lin Tian as the son-in-law of their bloodline. Lin Tian was now at the 6th heaven of the Great Path, which was enough to look down on the 2nd heaven. However, he didn't have the slightest arrogance. He smiled and nodded to the disciple of the Bai family. "Thank you for your trouble." "You're welcome. This is what I should do," said the person from the Bai clan. He hurriedly led Lin Tian into the Bai clan. Lin Tian walked into the Bai clan. The Bai clan's interior was filled with pavilions and immortal plants. The air was filled with a festive atmosphere. He had no doubts about this. The Bai family's holy son and princess had returned after several years. How could the Bai family not be happy? Patriarch, 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 elders, holy son, young miss, Young miss, young Master Lin is here," the Bai clan disciple shouted. As soon as he said that, a group of people from further inside the Bai family gathered around. The person at the front was Elder Ancestor Bai, followed by the Bai family patriarch, the elders Bai Ziki, Bai Chiu, and Shui. "Welcome, young man. Welcome back." Elder Ancestor Bai was dressed in a purple robe. He walked at the front of the group with a smile on his face as he personally welcomed them. He was originally in seclusion, but after Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu returned, he directly came out of seclusion. This was because Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu were too important to the Bai family. One had the Thunder God King physique, and the other had the Lunar King physique. The future of the Bai family was all tied to the two of them. Later on, when he learned that the siblings had already stepped into the fourth heaven of the Great Path realm, he was even more excited. The siblings were still so young, but they had already surpassed him and reached the fourth heaven of the Great Path. Moreover, they had the king physique. The strength of the Bai family had increased by dozens of times. Later on, he heard from the Bai siblings that Lin Tian had also returned to this heaven. After asking about Lin Tian's situation, he was even more shocked. He learned that Lin Tian had actually reached the sixth heaven of the Great Path, and he had almost killed the ninth heaven of the Great Path chaotic physique in the upper heaven domain. That was a ninth heaven of the Great Path chaotic physique. Lin Tian had actually almost killed him with his sixth heaven of the Great Path realm cultivation. How terrifying was that? He recalled how his family had forced Bai Chiu to have a chaotic physique heir. Even though it had been a long time, he still felt waves of shame. At the same time, he was even more excited. He was even more excited than when he heard that Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu had both reached the fourth heaven of the Great Path realm. This was because the relationship between Lin Tian and Bai Chiu was already very clear. In the future, he would definitely marry Bai Chiu. This was equivalent to his Bai family having an additional battle prowess that was even more powerful than the chaotic physique. This was something that made him extremely excited. At this time, he personally went to welcome Lin Tian. His eyes were filled with joy, and he completely treated Lin Tian as a peer. Lin Tian. The Bai family patriarch nodded at Lin Tian. His expression was gentle, and his face was full of smiles. Back then, Lin Tian had charged into the Bai family for Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu. It could be said that he had risked his life. As the father of Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu, he was already very moved. He had a very good impression of Lin Tian. Now, after learning of Lin Tian's achievements and battle records, he was even more delighted. The more he looked at Lin Tian, the more satisfied he was with him. At the same time, the group of Bai family grand elders and other important figures all came out to welcome him. Naturally, they had all learned about Lin Tian from Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu. They were incomparably warm towards Lin Tian, practically like blazing flames. "Io, Brat Lin, you're quite popular." The whooshing crocodile laid on his head and clicked its tongue. Lin Tian could not be bothered with it. He turned to the Bai family's ancestor, Bai family's patriarch, Bai family's grand elders, and the others, and bowed slightly. "Thank you for welcoming me personally." He was now very powerful, far more powerful than the people in front of him. However, he would never forget the proper etiquette. These things had nothing to do with cultivation at all. Seeing that Lin Tian was so humble and polite despite being so powerful, the Bai family patriarch and the others were even more satisfied. They repeatedly greeted him. "The banquet is ready. Quick, 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 enter. Enter." The Bai family patriarch laughed loudly. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. Lin Tian followed the group into the depths of the Bai family residence. He saw that the sumptuous banquet had already been set up. There were hundreds of tables set up. There were all kinds of spiritual fruits and spiritual meats. The immortal wine was piled up into a small mountain. The rich aroma of wine floated in the air. It was obvious that the entire family was going to enjoy themselves together. Lin Tian and the others walked to the place. Then, the Bai family members stepped in one after another. The banquet began immediately. In an instant, The Bai family residence was enveloped in an even more festive atmosphere. Every Bai family member had a joyful smile on their faces. "Young man, come. Let this old man toast to you." The Bai family patriarch took the initiative to toast Lin Tian. "Senior, you're too kind. I should toast to you." Lin Tiandao. He had a grudge with the Bai family in the past, but it was all in the past. Now he was on good terms with Bai Qiu. Naturally, he would treat these important figures of the Bai family as his seniors. "It's all the same. It's all the same." The Bai family patriarch laughed loudly. The old man and the young man clinked their glasses and drank. The Bai family patriarch laughed again. "Young man, let this old man toast to you too. A young hero. Qiu has good taste. Really good." The important figures of the Bai family came forward one after another. In the end, the Bai family patriarch came forward personally. He was very enthusiastic. He toasted Lin Tian and patted Lin Tian's shoulder hard. He looked at Lin Tian with an extremely gentle gaze. After that, the young cultivators of the Bai family also came forward and toasted Lin Tian respectfully. "You're too kind." Lin Tian chuckled. Just like at the Bai family's banquet a few years ago, he did not refuse anyone who came forward and seemed very easygoing. Not long after, Lin Tian drank with important figures of the Bai family and the young cultivators of the Bai family. He walked to the side and gathered with Shui, Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, Wuxing Crocodile, and the Black Dragon. Come, drink. I've been cultivating hard outside for so many years. Today, I'm going to relax completely and drink to my heart's content." Bai Qiu was very heroic. Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, Wuxing Crocodile. "No." Lin Tian and Bai Ziki said in unison. The Wuxing Crocodile also opened its mouth at the same time, glaring at Bai Qiu. "Don't drink." Lin Tian and Bai Ziki had long known that Bai Qiu's alcohol tolerance was terrible, and his alcohol tolerance wasn't very good. The five-element crocodile had seen him in the fifth heaven. At that time it was shocked and embarrassed. At this moment, when it heard Bai Qiu shouting that he wanted to drink, it couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Only Shui you didn't understand and was slightly at a loss. The Black Dragon was also puzzled, but it didn't care much. Bai Qiu glared at him, looking a little angry. "I want to drink." After saying that, he directly raised his hand and grabbed the wine jar on the side. Lin Tian was speechless. He directly flicked his finger and shook the wine jar away. "You don't let me drink here, but you don't have it anywhere else." Bai Qiu walked towards the other places with wine jars. Lin Tian, "Forget it. It doesn't matter if her alcohol tolerance is bad or not. Anyway, this is her own home. It's not a big deal." Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian thought for a while and felt that Wuxing Crocodile's words made sense, so he didn't stop Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu suddenly became happy. She didn't go anywhere else, just picked up a jar of wine and started drinking. This shocked Shui, who was next to her. He didn't expect Bai Qiu to drink so much. "This girl's alcohol tolerance is bad, but her drinking posture is very bold. Better than the two of you." Wuxing Crocodile said to Lin Tian and Bai Ziki. Lin Tian, Bai Ziki. Lin Tian glanced at Bai Qiu and couldn't be bothered. After all, this was the Bai family's territory. If this girl got drunk later, it wouldn't matter how much trouble she caused. Shui, you looked at Bai Qiu in shock. Seeing Bai Qiu drinking so boldly, he opened his mouth from time to time. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths passed, sister. Sister Shui, hee. Bai Qiu's entire face was red. She hugged Shui Yi and rubbed against him. Then she looked at Lin Tian and pointed at Lin Tiandao. Sister Shui, I'll tell you before, when he and I were in a very dark place in the heaven region, just the two of us. I told him that we should consummate our marriage here, but he didn't dare. Shui Ye's mouth fell open. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. The claw holding the wine jar trembled slightly. Lin Tian trembled and spat out the divine wine in her mouth, splashing it all over Baiziki's face. P.S. Third update. I've made up for what I owed on the 7th of this month. I'm starving. Long Sun, let's go eat dinner. Chapter 909. Lin Tian's face darkened. He'd thought that Bai Qiu would just make a ruckus after getting drunk, but he'd never imagined that Bai Qiu would reveal such a thing. Although it wasn't a big deal, why did the words he wouldn't dare sound so harsh? Baiziki's face darkened as well, not only because Lin Tian had spat wine all over his face, but also because his sister's words were too inappropriate. Around them, many of the Bai family's disciples were also glaring at them. Because Bai Qiu's drunken voice wasn't soft, many people had heard what she just said. They all stared at Lin Tian, then at the princess of their bloodline. Their gazes shifted back and forth between the two. Many people wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare. They all looked like they were having a hard time holding it in. Bai Qiu tugged at Shui, her cheeks red. She looked at Lin Tian and said, Sister Shui, also, let me tell you that time, Lin Tian raised his hand and used the 4-symbol seal. It transformed into a miniature Dao diagram and sank into Bai Qiu's body, instantly sealing her ability to speak and move at the same time. If he allowed her to continue, who knew what she'd reveal? Take her away. Baiziki ordered a few of the Bai family's maids not far away. 2 maids walked over cautiously, one on the left and one on the right. They carried the princess of their bloodline away. Shui glanced at Lin Tian, then hurriedly followed. In an instant, the place became quiet. Lin Tian let out a long sigh of relief, then couldn't help but grit his teeth. Whooshing Crocodile looked at him and clicked his tongue. Boy Lin, I really couldn't tell. You're quite innocent. Scram! Lin Tian scolded. Opposite him, Baiziki stared at him with an ashen face and wiped the wine off his face. Facing Baiziki's gaze, Lin Tian was a little embarrassed, but he quickly calmed down. I didn't mean to spit in your face. You just happened to be sitting across from me. Besides, you can't blame me for this, right? Baiziki gritted his teeth and wanted to explode on the spot, but in the end he restrained himself. That night, the banquet came to an end in a festive atmosphere. When it ended, it was already the morning of the next day. Lin Tian did not rest. Bai Qiu had already sobered up, and the 4-symbol seal was undone on its own. She more or less remembered what had happened last night. She remembered what she had said when she was drunk. She was a little embarrassed. However, this embarrassment only lasted for a moment before disappearing. After all, this was not a big deal to begin with. On this day, as the hosts Baiziki and Bai Qiu brought Lin Tian and the others to tour the Bai family. Of course, they were only bringing Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, and the Black Dragon, because Lin Tian was already very familiar with the Bai family. On the same day, in the second heaven, some people passed by the immortal mountain where the Taishan Holy Land was located. They smelled a strong smell of blood and saw a terrifying scene. Then, the shocking news spread to every corner of the second heaven. Taishan Holy Land was destroyed. For a time, the entire second heaven was shocked. Taishan Holy Land. How could such an ancient inheritance be destroyed? Impossible. It's too outrageous. Such a holy land is enough to overlook this heaven. Its inheritance is shockingly long. Who can destroy it? Many people didn't believe it and just shook their heads. However, when some cultivators who saw the scene of the destruction of the Taishan Holy Land with their own eyes used their divine sense to depict the destruction of the Taishan Holy Land, many cultivators no longer doubted it. Not much time passed after that. Only 2 hours later, more shocking news came out from the 2 sects. The Wantong Holy Land was destroyed. The ancient Li family was destroyed. Suddenly, all the forces and cultivators in the second heaven were shocked. This Wantong Holy Land, Li family, these 2 great forces were also. How could this be? Many cultivators were shocked. After that, many cultivators personally went to the place where the Taishan Holy Land, Wantong Holy Land, and Li family were established. They saw bloody and broken scenes. Immediately, the cultivators were even more frightened by the scene in front of them, especially the cultivators who appeared near the place where the Li family was established. They couldn't help but gasp. Looking around, the Li family was covered in blood, and in the middle there was a huge pit as if it had suffered a terrible disaster. This is, strictly speaking, the Li family is stronger than the Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land, but this scene is simply, did the Li family offend a legendary deity? All the people who appeared at the place where the Li family was established were horrified after seeing the scene of the Li family's destruction. For a time, the news spread to every corner of the second heaven, causing a great shock. All the cultivators were shocked, and many of them couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. In a single day, 3 of the top powers of this world were annihilated and disappeared from this world forever. This could be said to be a super big event, and such a terrifying thing had never happened in this heaven realm before. The Bai family's immortal plants were tall and straight, and the spiritual energy was rich. At this time, they naturally heard about the destruction of the 3 great forces. You destroyed the Li family? In a pavilion of the Bai family, Bai Ziki looked at Lin Tian. He wasn't stupid. After Yang Qi destroyed the Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land yesterday, Lin Tian said that he had to go temporarily. Then today, when he heard that the Li family was also destroyed, he didn't need to think about it to know that it must be Lin Tian's doing. It's me, Lin Tian Dao. The whooshing crocodile looked at Bai Ziki. It's like this. It briefly explained the conspiracy of the Li family against the Bai family. Bai Ziki was furious. With a bang, he smashed the golden jade table in front of him into pieces, his eyes filled with killing intent. In the distance, Bai Qiu and Xue Yi looked over at the same time. Bai Qiu asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" She took Xue Yi to another part of the Bai family. At this time, she wasn't with Lin Tian and the others, so she didn't hear the whooshing crocodile's words. "Nothing," Bai Ziki said with a sullen face. Bai Qiu looked at her brother suspiciously, but didn't ask any more questions. She pulled Xue Yi to another part of the Bai family. In the pavilion, there were Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, Whooshing Crocodile, and He Jiao. Bai Ziki looked at Lin Tian. "Why didn't you call me?" He has always doted on his only sister. Now that he heard such a thing, even if Lin Tian destroyed the Li family and killed the sun body Li Guhuang, he was still very angry. The killing intent in his eyes was very shocking. "I'm enough to go alone," Lin Tian said. "It's not a question of whether it's enough or not," Bai Ziki said. He felt very uncomfortable that he couldn't destroy the Li family with his own hands. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He could understand Bai Ziki's mood. The entire second heaven was shaken. Every corner was talking about the destruction of the Li family, Taishan, and Wantong. Everyone was shocked. Unimaginable, really unimaginable. It's just one day. Those 3 top-notch forces were actually completely destroyed by someone. According to some older generation experts, Taishan and Wantong seem to have been destroyed by the same person, by the Saber Chi, while the Li family seemed to have been destroyed by another person. There was no Saber Chi left, but there was an extremely terrifying fluctuation of Tao law lingering around. This who did it? Terrifying. All the cultivators were shocked. At the same time, some older generation powerhouses thought of another thing. The power structure of this heaven has changed greatly. Someone said, the second heaven was shaken and couldn't calm down for a long time. From big cities to small restaurants, all the cultivators were talking about the destruction of the 3 top forces. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had been half a month since Lin Tian returned to the second heaven. After half a month, the destruction of the 3 top forces gradually subsided. It was no longer as shocking as it was at the beginning. On this day, Lin Tian was ready to leave this heaven and return to the first heaven. Lin, Shi, Jiu, and Sushu were all in the first heaven. They had been separated for several years, and he missed them very much. This time, he naturally brought Bai Qiu and Shui with him. At the same time, he also told them about the existence of Jiu and Sushu. Of course, Wuxing Crocodile and He Jiao also left with him. They naturally couldn't stay in the Bai family. Have a safe journey. The old ancestor of the Bai family and others personally sent them off. Daughter, listen to Lin Tian. The Bai family's patriarch said to Bai Qiu. I know. Bai Qiu muttered. The Bai family's patriarch smiled, then looked at Shui Yi with a very gentle smile. Miss Shui Yi, treat this place as your home in the future. You are welcome to come back anytime. The Bai family's patriarch naturally knew about the relationship between Lin Tian and Shui Yi, but he didn't say anything about it. After all, he had more than one wife. Moreover, Lin Tian was sufficiently monstrous. Now he was even stronger than the chaotic king physique of the same generation. At the same time, he had vaguely learned from Bai Ziki that the Li family was destroyed by Lin Tian. He also learned about the vicious scheme the Li family had against the Bai family. As such, he felt a kind of gratitude towards Lin Tian. Naturally, he wouldn't have any complaints about Lin Tian having more than one wife. Such an outstanding and loyal Lin Tian was qualified to have more than one wife. Thank you, Senior. Shui Yi thanked him. Now, she had been in the cultivation world for many years and knew some of the titles of the cultivation world. Lin Tianyi smiled, looked at the old ancestor of the Bai family and bowed slightly. Seniors, thank you for sending me off. This junior will take his leave. He nodded to Bai Ziki, then left the place where the Bai family was established with Shui Yi and Bai Qiu. They directly soared into the sky and walked towards the location of the time-space portal leading to the first heaven. Wuxing Crocodile and He Jiao naturally followed by his side. The first heaven. Speaking of which, Lord Crocodile has been there once before. I didn't expect to go there a second time. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue. P.S. Today's second update is about 20 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 910. Lin Tian didn't react to Wuxing Crocodile's words. It was normal for an old monster like him to go anywhere. The three of them left the Bai clan and headed to the west of this region. This was because the portal to the first heaven was at the end of a desert in the west of this region. He had been there before. How long will it take to reach the portal? Wuxing Crocodile asked. With our current cultivation, it will take about 12 hours at normal speed to reach the portal from here. Lin Tiandao. Soon, they were far away from the Bai clan. After 6 hours, many cultivators appeared in front of them. I'm afraid the masters of the 10 great sects are in trouble this time. I don't know if they can come out alive. Yes, I heard that the 10 of them have been trapped in that valley for 5 days without any news. I heard that there might be some rare treasures in the valley. Many rogue cultivators also went there. Many people entered the treasure valley. However, it seems that none of them came out. During this process, some cultivators outside the valley heard screams coming from inside. That's what I heard as well. Speaking of which, if the masters of the 10 great sects are all trapped here, it will be a big event. Big event? Compared to the annihilation of the Taixien sacred ground, Wantong's sacred ground, and Li clan, what else can be considered a big event? Even if the masters of the 10 great sects are all dead, it won't be a big deal. If you put it that way, it really won't be a big deal. Although the masters of the 10 great sects are extraordinary, they are nothing compared to the 3 great factions. That's true. These cultivators whispered among themselves. Lin Tian, who was still far away, overheard the discussions between the cultivators. Instantly, a slight frown appeared on his face as he found out some information from the cultivators. About 8 days ago, a treasure valley was discovered in a primitive forest in the northwest of this heaven region. Inside, the fragrance of treasures interweaved with each other, and strange lights flickered. attracting the important figures of the 10 great sects in this heaven region. However, the treasure valley was very dangerous. Not a single person who entered came out. Even the leaders of the 10 great sects were trapped inside. They had been trapped for a total of 5 days, and there was not the slightest bit of aura coming out. He paused for a moment, then said to Shui Yi and Bai Qiu, "Let's change our direction temporarily. Let's go to the treasure valley in the northwest first." The 10 great sects of the second heaven were Wuji Gate, Qinghua Taoism, Xinga Taoism, Green Flame Immortal School, Profound Yang Sect, Kengluo Immortal Sect, Northern Great Immortal Sect, Will Immortal Palace, Golden Jade Immortal School, and Windless Immortal Pavilion. In the past, when he first came to the second heaven, he cultivated in Wuji Gate, one of the 10 great sections. There, he obtained the divining divine technique, but was forced to leave. When he cultivated in Wuji Gate, the 9 great sects wanted to kill him, but Wuji Gate didn't protect him. However, when he was chased by the Shen family, the alchemist family of this region, Limitless Sect Master secretly sent people to help him. Otherwise, he would have died at that time. At that time, he did Limitless Sect Master a favor, and he has always remembered this favor in his heart. Now that he heard that the masters of the 10 great sects were trapped in the treasure valley, Limitless Sect Master was naturally there, and he naturally couldn't ignore it. "Boy, you want to go and snatch the treasure?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. Of course, it also heard the discussion of those cultivators, and thought that Lin Tian was going there to snatch the treasure at this moment. After all, the sect master of Wuji Gate, one of the 10 great sects, had secretly helped Lin Tian. This matter was only known by Lin Tianyi. No, Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he briefly mentioned what happened back then. Immediately, the group of people understood. Such a thing actually happened back then, and I didn't even know. Well, Limitless Sect Master is really good. Bai Qiu said. As she spoke, she suddenly felt very embarrassed, because the matter back then was basically related to her family. Although it was long in the past, and the Bai family and Lin Tian's relationship was very good, she still felt a little apologetic. Lin Tian noticed the change in her expression and naturally knew what she was thinking. He smiled and said, "Don't mind it, it's all in the past." Bai Qiu said, "Oh," and didn't say anything else. She stood on the side with Shui Yi, whispering something in private. Wuxing Crocodile opened its mouth and stared at Lin Tian. It bared its teeth and said, "If that's the case, boy, should we go to that alchemist Shin family and destroy them with a flick of our fingers?" Lin Tian shook his head. "Forget it. So many years have passed. As long as they don't provoke me, I can't be bothered with them." He didn't say anything else and temporarily changed his direction, heading towards the northwest. From the words of those cultivators just now, he already knew the specific location of the treasure valley in the northwest. Following the established direction, they quickly arrived in front of a huge primitive forest. The treasure valley was in this ancient forest. "It's here. Let's go in," Lin Tiandao said, and directly stepped into the ancient forest. The plants in the ancient forest were thick and grew very lush. As they walked, they could hear the shocking roars of beasts from time to time, and there was a very strong demonic qi intertwining in the air. This ancient forest is not small. There should be many demonic beasts. Bai Qiu said, "That's right." Lin Tian nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, a large ape appeared. Its whole body was intertwined with the smell of blood, and it rushed towards him. A level 9 demonic beast, comparable to a human cultivator at the peak of the sea of consciousness. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian naturally noticed and casually glanced at the large ape. Suddenly, the large ape trembled violently, and a strong sense of fear appeared in its eyes. It directly stopped, and its demonic body trembled. Facing Lin Tian's eyes, it felt a clear threat of death and didn't dare to move. Lin Tianyi and the others didn't care. They passed by the large ape and walked into the distance. "How far is the treasure valley?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. Not far. Lin Tiandao. He walked at the front. After about a quarter of an hour, many cultivators appeared in front of them. About 300 people surrounded a side of the valley. We're here. Lin Tiandao. As far as the eye could see, the valley in front of them was very ordinary. However, there was some fog floating out from inside. A group of cultivators surrounded the valley. Many of them had anxious looks in their eyes, while others had curiosity in their eyes. Most of them are disciples of the large sections. Bai Qiu whispered, "The masters of the 10 large sects are trapped inside, so the disciples of these sects are naturally anxious, so some of them have surrounded this place. As for the others, they are obviously rogue cultivators or people from some small sections. They originally wanted to look for treasures, but when they found out that none of the people who entered came out alive, they didn't dare to enter. Then, some of them heard that the masters of the 10 large sects were trapped here and wanted to see the show." Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Of course, he could guess these things. He didn't say anything and directly walked towards the valley. Sensing that someone was approaching this place, many people in front of them turned around and saw Lin Tian, Bai Qiu, and the others. Immediately, everyone's expression changed. The princess of the Bai family, and Lin Tian. Lin Tian, didn't you disappear? You, Bai Qiu, was the princess of the Bai family. Many people already knew that. As for Lin Tian, these people were really afraid because Lin Tian's reputation in the second heaven was too fierce. Few people weren't afraid of him. After disappearing for so many years, he actually appeared again. Many people whispered. For a time, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Tian with strong palpitations. Kid, you are really a demon. Wherever you go, people are afraid of you. Wuxing Crocodile clicked its tongue and said. Lin Tian glanced at it, too lazy to talk to it. He looked at the group of disciples outside the valley and purposely glanced at the disciples of the other 9 great sects other than the limitless immortal school. Back then, among the 10 great sects, other than the limitless immortal school, the other 9 sects had sent experts to hunt him down. He glanced at these people, but he didn't do anything to them. He said goodbye to Bai Qiu and Shui Yi and walked straight to the treasure valley in front of him. Swish! 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 Suddenly, the cultivators outside the valley made way for him, and no one dared to block the way. At this time, the strongest person in this place was only at the early stage of the Zephyr realm, and Lin Tian could easily kill a cultivator at the peak of the Zephyr realm a few years ago. Now that a few years have passed, who knows how powerful he has become? No one dared to provoke Lin Tian at this time. Lin Tianyi and the others didn't say anything, and soon they stepped into the valley. Looking at it from a close distance, the fog in the valley was thicker than it looked from afar, and the distance that the naked eye could see was very limited. Bewildering void. Lin Tian muttered to himself. His voice was very soft, and it was difficult for others to hear it, but Shui Yi and the others beside him heard it very clearly. Bewildering void? What's that? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian said casually, it's a kind of terrain maze. Bewildering void is a terrain maze. Once one enters such a terrain maze, one wrong step will lead to death. Moreover, it is very difficult to retreat. Even an immortal realm powerhouse can easily die in it. Back then, he encountered such a terrain maze in the immortal demon Ancient Vein in the 3rd heaven. However, the maze here was much more astonishing, and the area it covered was also very large. No wonder Limitless Sect Master and the others were trapped in the valley, and no one who entered the valley came out alive. He muttered to himself. Now that his cultivation base was strong, his control of the dragon burial scripture was even more skillful. With just a glance, he could tell that the maze formation here was not simple. According to the maze formation here, even if an expert of the 9th heaven of the Immortal Ascension realm stepped in, they might not be able to leave unscathed. I hope Limitless Sect Master is still safe and sound. He muttered to himself in his heart. Then he called Shui Yi, by Chiao and the others to enter the valley together. This valley was very dangerous for those below the Great Virtue Realm. However, in their group, except for Shui, everyone was at the Great Virtue Realm. Naturally, they did not need to worry about it at all. Moreover, even if they were all at the Immortal Realm, with his control of the Dragon Burial Scripture, he could easily step into the Immortal Realm. There was no need to worry at all. He walked to the front, and Shui Yi and the others followed behind. The group directly stepped into the valley and was soon drowned by circles of thick fog. Instantly, everyone outside the valley was shocked. He actually went in directly. In the past few days, no one who entered has walked out alive. Doesn't he know? How dare he? Many cultivators' expressions changed. P.S. Well, it's an hour later than expected. Sorry. Then, from tomorrow until the 14th of this month, 3 chapters will be updated every day.